Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Frost implementation update talk. I'm Natalie, and me and Conrado are engineers at the Zcash Foundation. We're going to be presenting to you today. So to start with, what is Frost? Frost stands for Flexible Round Optimized Schnorr Threshold. Try to say that 3 times fast. So we will call it Frost. This was designed by Chelsea Comlow and Ian Goldberg. This is a threshold digital signature scheme. So it's similar to multi-signatures, except that your key is split into n shares and for a threshold of value t, which is less than n. That can actually be the same. But for each, so t or more participants can generate a signature, and you never need to recreate the full key. So you only have a threshold of participants. And there are also defines 2 methods of key generation. So either with a trusted dealer or participants can generate the key shares amongst themselves using a distributed key generation method. And the advantage of this is a full key is never instantiated, which is great for security. So just to define a few roles, because we're going to be talking about this in the rest of the talk. So a coordinator is someone who chooses the message to be signed, which participants are going to be involved, so which has to be at least T participants, and generates the group signature. A participant is a recipient of a key share, so there will be N participants, and a signer is a participant that can participate in the signing of the message. So the sign has to be the number of signed has to be at least T. And if you are using a trusted dealer, then they handle the key generation. So currently the only way to do multi-sig-like signatures is on shielded ZEC. And multiple parties can create a wallet that requires T or more participants to sign a transaction. Signatures have the exact same format as regular signatures, so there are no changes required in the Zcash protocol, which is great. It does require some slight changes to the regular Frost protocol, turning it into re-randomized Frost. Signing is the same, simply requires randomizing the key before signing. So there are a variety of different uses of Frost for Zcash applications. So there's an example of a user having their keys managed by a shared custody service. And you can have you can have your shares backed up, basically. You can use it as a backup. So imagine if you lost a device, then you would be able to use the recover share functionality, which means that you're actually able to use your other shares to regenerate the share that has gone missing or been lost. And another way of using this is if you are in an organization or a group and you want to be able to say, okay, we want to be able to make transactions, but I don't want everyone to have to be there all the time. I'm happy if just 3 of you want to do it, and we're fine with that. So then your threshold will be 3. And yeah, next slide, please. Yes, so the Zcash Foundation version of Frost, we have implemented a Rust library, and it supports multiple cipher suites, these 5 listed here. As we mentioned, there are 2 different types of key generation, and we've implemented both of those. Signing, of course, recovering shares, which I just mentioned, and re-randomized Frost. There are additional Zcash cipher suites available in the Red DSA repository, which are Jub, and Palace.
Hi everyone, I'm Conrado. So to give some updates from last year presentation, right? We did a presentation on ZconV. So since then, what's new regarding the protocol itself is that Frost was specified as a IETF RFC draft, which is still on the IETF pipeline, which is a bit long, but it's really close to final. And since last year, there were only editorial changes, just making things more precise and making the text clear. But the protocol itself has not changed since last year. And we also, Chelsea wrote a proof of security for the re-randomized variant of Frost, which is used by Zcash. And I helped her with the paper with the implementation part, and we published it on ePrint. So now we have more assurance that Frost worked correctly for Zcash. Regarding our crates, last year we were halfway through an audit, and this audit was finished. The report was published. They didn't find any major issues, and the issues that they did find were all addressed. We released a release candidate to gather feedback, to see if people were happy with the API. There were a couple of suggestions, and we also had some ideas of our own, so we did a bunch of refactorings to make the API clearer. And we did a stable 1.0.0 stable release of our crates. And also in the meantime, there was a denial of service vulnerability disclosed by Trail of Bits in the DKG process, not in the signing process. This impacted not only Frost, but several other threshold signature schemes. They were very helpful. They provided a test case to show that our code was vulnerable, and the fix was very simple, and the fix is already included in the stable release. Last year we presented a demo that showed how to sign Zcash transaction using Frost. But the way the demo worked, you had to copy pasting between coordinator participants. So since then we worked on adding online communication to make things easier. So the phase one of this process, we used the coordinator as a server and used raw socket communication between it and the clients. And then phase two, we chose to decouple the server from the coordinator. So now there's a separate server, which is a HTTP server that both coordinator and participants connect to. The reason for this is that people are usually behind firewall and ATs, and that makes it difficult for people to connect to each other over the internet, and this server helps with that. And ideally, we're still working on the server, but ideally the server won't be able to see the messages as are coming through. It just helps sending messages back and forth. So the architecture of the demo as it currently stands, it works like this. We use YWallet because YWallet supports like cold storage mode, where you can create a wallet with just a viewing key. And then when you create a transaction, it actually creates a transaction plan, which you can sign elsewhere, import it to YWallet, and broadcast to the blockchain. So instead of using the cold wallet signer from YWallet, we use Frost to sign the transaction. So the coordinator CLI will read the transaction plan, connect to the Frost server, and the participants will connect to it too. They will all run the Frost protocol, and the output of this will be a signed transaction, which you can import into YWallet and broadcast. So back to Natalie.
Hey, so what's next? These are the things that we're currently working on. So the first thing is we're going to expand the Frost server so it can be used to integrate Frost with wallets, and things we still have to do. So Conrado's already mentioned some things, and we also need user registration and other production level features. We also need encrypted and authenticated communication channels, pretty important, and client libraries. We're also working on refresh shares functionality. So the advantage of this is what you can do is you can actually remove a signer. So if you imagine that one of the shares was leaked, you're able to remove that. Also, if you're in an organization and then someone leaves, then you don't want them to still have access to, or still be able to sign transactions, but you're able to keep the same group public key. So you keep the same address, which is obviously great.
So how do we actually deploy Frost for Zcash? The hard thing is that there's no obvious way to do it. There are many possible options. Our suggestion is to use our Frost server. Of course, we still have to do some work on it, but when it's ready, we can use it. You can deploy the server like we have multiple Light Wallet servers. We could have multiple Frost servers, or maybe we could even ship them together. And using this server, one of or more of the Zcash wallets could add Frost support by using it. The main thing you need is like having something similar to iWallet, where you can create an account with just a full key. And it allows you to export the transaction plan and import a signed transaction. We talked about this in more detail in last year's presentation. You can check it for more details. We talk about how they work, what are the challenges, how the user interface work, and so on. And if you do that, we would enable that right side scenario that we showed of a shared wallet for an organization. But of course, even if a single person wants to use it, you could, if you have more than one device, you can also use this functionality. And we are open to collaboration. So if you're working on a Zcash wallet and you're interested in this, reach out to us in your GitHub or in Discord, so we can work together to actually deploy Frost. So another thing that's going on is the ZIP. So it's a Zcash improvement proposal that specifies how Frost is used with Zcash, because it's not super obvious. There are some things that I need to decide. So these are all written down in the ZIP. It's currently under review. Mostly the review has been just textual changes, make it clearer what is described in the process of using Frost Zcash. I think it's basically done, and feedback is welcome. So if you have any feedback, you can post it on the Zips GitHub. So now it's demo time. So the way this demo works is that we have here multiple terminals, right? Everything for now is just on the command line, but maybe in the future we have an interface for this. So I will have 4 windows open. This first one will run the signing tool. It's just a tool that helps you interact with transactions. This here will be the Frost server. This here will be the coordinator, and these 2 will be 2 participants. So the first step is actually in my wallet. So I already created a Frost wallet here, but just to explain how I did it, in the signing tool I showed you, it allows you to create a Frost wallet. You import a group public key from a previously Frost wallet that you created. There's another tool to do trusted keychain or distributed keychain. So this tool will output you a view of unified full viewing key. And if you want to import that, you just go here and paste. I have a full viewing key just to show you how it looks like. You would paste the viewing key here and click import, and you will create this wallet that I already created before. I did this before because I had to send funds to it, wait for confirmation, so this is why I'm not doing it live. But after this process, you have your Frost wallet. But since it was created only with a viewing key, I can even show you this seed. There's no seed phrase, right? There's no secret material here. There's just a viewing key. So now let's create a transaction. So to test it, like last year, I'm going to make a post to Zcash Pages, which is basically a messaging board powered by Zcash. So let's click here to create a transaction. This is Zcash Pages address. I need to use a specific amount, which is .001 Zcash, and a message. So live from ZconV, powered by Frost. So let's post that. I'll just click here. It will show me the summary of transaction, how much has been spent, what's the fee. And if I click here, usually you would send a transaction, but since it's a full viewing key account, I can just save the transaction plan to a file. So I save this to the JSON file, and that's it. So let's go back to the demo. We can use the signing tool. So I'm inputting the transaction plan I just created, and the goal is to create this raw transaction here. I need the full viewing key that I have pasted here. And this will create a transaction and show me the SIG hash. So this is the hash of transaction, and this is the thing that is actually signed using Frost. And this is the randomizer, which is something particular to the Zcash protocol that is also needed. So let's do the Frost signing. Let's start the server. Usually, in a real scenario, this would be already be running somewhere, running locally, but you can I tested running on Google Cloud or wherever it works. You just have to point it to it. If you don't specify IP, you just connect to localhost, but I could pass a flag here with an IP or a host address and we'll connect there. So let's start the coordinator. So the coordinator read a previously generated wiki package and then asked me for the number of participants that will sign the transaction. Let's put 2. And the coordinator connected to the server, created a signing session there, and got a session ID out of it. You can see a bunch of errors here. This is normal. This is just because the coordinator screened the server to see when the participants have completed their part of the protocol. This will be improved later. So let's go to the participant. So this is the first participant. You can see here by the key package 1. Let's paste the session ID. Again, the session ID back and forth will be streamlined. Eventually we'll have like an account mechanism in the server. But for now, the coordinator needs to send this session ID to the participants. So this is the first participant. And let's start up the second participant. Let's put the session ID and run it. So let's go back to the coordinator. The coordinator is asking me for the message to be signed. And like I explained, this is the SIG hash that was output from the signing tool, and also the randomizer. And now, what magically happens is that the coordinator generated a signing package, sent it to the participants via the server. Each participant signed it, this hash, this message was received, and generated a signature share. And both of them send the signature shares to the coordinator via the server, and the coordinator finally aggregates these and generates a final signature. So this is the final Frost signature that we generated, which has the exact same format as a regular Zcash signature. And we just go back and paste it to the signing tool, and that's it. It signed the transaction and saved it to a file. So now we can go back to our wallet, click here, and there's an option to broadcast the transaction. We click here to pick a file, select the raw file, and broadcast it. Took a bit longer. I was scared for a moment, but it worked. So here's the transaction ID of the transaction, and you can even see it in the block explorer. The transaction is out there. It needs to wait a little bit to be mined, and it needs some minutes to show up on Zcash pages. You can check that later. But that's it. That's our demo. And like we mentioned, we're going to keep improving it so we can use it by wallets can use it. Let's go back to the slides. Oh, I have the pre-recorded demo here in case something went wrong. And that's it. If you have any questions, we can answer them. So the first question is, the demo currently supports a few participants, but is there no upper bound to the total threshold of participants? That's a great question. Protocol-wise, the upper bound is like whatever fits into a scalar, which is an implementation detail, but it's like a 2 to the 256. It's a gigantic number that you could never reach in practice. So in practice, the limit is whatever your computer or the server is configured to support. So we can make the upper bound as large as we need. I don't think people need more than, I don't know, 1,000, 10,000, but yeah, it's basically, in practice, doesn't have any concrete limit. Next question. Go ahead.
Sorry. One thing I will say is that T can equal N as well. So the threshold can be the same as the number of signers and participants.
Yeah, that's a good point. The threshold could be anything between 1 and N. Next question. What will it take for the demos to be used in a production environment? So the first thing we need to finish the server. So the server doesn't have encryption, doesn't have authentication, doesn't have any account management. So we need to add that. And when we have a production-ready server, I think people can, based on the demo code that we have, they will learn how to use the server. It's a very HTTP JSON server. It's very simple to interact with. And then wallets can, inspired by the demo code, they can integrate Frost by using the server. And of course, I think it's good to mention that this having a central server, if we can have multiple of them, it's not ideal. We view this like the first step to getting Frost deployed, but eventually we could work on a peer-to-peer solution to make wallets talk between themselves without having a server. This probably can have the intersection. There's some proposals for Zcash to also have some messaging mechanism in the Zcash protocol itself. So maybe that's one option to enable that. Next question. What client libraries are you currently working on? Which languages are targeting, and how can the community contribute to them? So for this server, like I mentioned, it's a JSON HTTP server. You don't actually need a library. If you have a JSON and HTTP library, you can use it. But we might, of course, it's easier if you have something, just functions that you can call without worrying about the inner details. And we can work on client libraries, but I think it's so simple that people can do their own using just HTTP and JSON. But now everything is Rust, but this could be done in any language. Next question. Are you planning to expand the contents of the Frost book to include more diagrams and details of how the protocol should be implemented, use it? Yes, I think this Frost book should be like the one-stop shop for learning how Frost works and how to use our crates. But we really need feedback from people from what do they need, what they want to see in the book. Because sometimes when working on it, it's kind of hard to take a step back and realize, what's missing, what's not. So if you have feedback on that, please send to us and we can improve the Frost book. I think that's it. Let's see, let me check if it showed up on Zach pages. Sometimes it takes a while. Yeah, it's not there yet, sorry. Sometimes it takes some minutes to show up, but hopefully you can see some things that I do while testing, but eventually it will show up here. And I think that's it. If there's no more questions, we can wrap up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is our Zcash landscape, Zcash wallet landscape session. This is Paku, your Zcash wallet community developer, and I'm joined by James from Brave, Josh from ECC, Paul from Edge. We'll be having Ibec as well from Unstoppable, Han from Y Wallet, and Zankas from Zingo Lab. So thank you everyone for making it to this session for ZconV. And the idea of this session is to just recap a bit on what we've accomplished so far and start, united looking to the future of the Zcash wallets. So I'm going to kickstart this with a short recap of what we were talking about last year in ZconV on the wallet workshop. This is like 2023 state of the shielded wallets. And last year we did a small comparison of the features that this 6 wallets had, and we run through many of the current features and saw what things were there, what things were missing, and we could actually see that we have a really functionalities that were for sending, receiving Zcash, and shielded and transparent. And then according to when we were progressing on the rest of the more advanced kind of features of our protocol, we were starting to see some differences between the different wallets that are being developed on the ecosystem. For example, here, like the visualization of pending funds or node management and things like that are now obviously changing through the progress of the year, and we have like more and more features coming every day. This is like a small picture of August 2023, where we didn't have spend for sync back then, and we have like warp sync and blaze sync, and now we have new stuff. But and the idea of this comparison was to know where we were standing. So this is a little picture of last year, where we have a lot of features that some wallets have, like Y Wallet had a lot of advanced features, and the other ones maybe focused on more other like kind of profiles or users. And I'm using this matrix to just kickstart a little bit the wallet panorama from last year and start thinking on this year, 2024. And I'm starting with a small icebreaker here. It's a small question for everyone, every panelist here. So, folks, you're given 5 ZEC on a wallet of your choice. Which wallet would you choose, and what would you do with that ZEC? There's a caveat here, is that you cannot pick your own wallet. You cannot pick the wallet that you work on. So I'll start with Han.
Okay. Let me see the list again. Can you go back to the list?
Yes. The list would be the one of the ones we are here. Like it would be Zashi, Edge. For you, obviously not White Wallet, Brave, Zingo, or Unstoppable.
Okay, so there are different purposes for these wallets, so it's difficult to choose one. I think they all serve their goals. If I have to choose one, and you need a quick answer, I would go for Zashi, because right now it's the officially supported wallet by the foundation, and I tested recently and it performs quite well. So that's Zashi, but the caveat is that Zashi is a fairly basic wallet in terms of functionality. So if I need, for example, to work with other coins, then that would be Edge. Yeah, that's would be my answer. So again, I don't think there's a wrong answer to the question. You can use any of these wallets, but I think Zashi right now is my choice.
All right, and do you have any hints on? Give us some hint on what would you do without Zec, or you can keep that private.
Fortunately, I don't really have an outlet for Zec where I live. The only usage I found directly for Zec is to pay for internet hosting. So some of the services accept Zec or accept Zec through conversion to USDT, and that's the. But I can't use it for my day-to-day life, fortunately. So I think this is actually a good point later to talk about. The usability of wallets is very highly dependent on where you can spend it. So maybe at some point it's going to be a subject of conversation.
Nice. Paul, what about you?
So similar answer, but maybe for different reasons than Han. So I would use Zashi, but mainly because I use it as a reference. And you're asking me not as a kind of typical Zec user, but as a Zec wallet developer. And so almost every wallet developer, as you add another asset, at least for multi-asset wallets, you want to compare with a reference. And so to me, Zashi is a reference. I want to see what sync times look like, what address formats are supported. What does it feel like to use memo support? I know Zashi is open source as well, so we can look at the code and compare how you execute some of those operations and how we can mirror that inside of Edge. So that definitely would be the one wallet that I would utilize if, outside of Edge, but it would primarily be as a reference client, not so much for like day-to-day use. And if I had the 5 Zec, really it would be primarily for testing. I just sort of bounce it back and forth and see what issues you run into, how long it takes to be able to respend, what UI shows when things are pending. Can I send memos and receive memos? I'd really be looking for all of that functionality that the entire protocol supports inside of our reference wallet, all the stuff that maybe other wallets don't support, and see how that compares and pick and choose what we may want to incorporate inside of Edge.
Nice.
Can I add something though to this point? I think I don't want to sound like bad, but the problem with using Zashi as a reference is that it does not implement the entire protocol at this point. So
that's fair. So not that using it as a reference actually gets everything that I asked for, but to the layman, that's kind of a bit of an expectation. So maybe you can take that as a little bit of feedback, Josh, that for other people they might see that as a reference. Maybe for some people it's just a wallet to use. From the viewpoint of a developer, I would see it as a reference, and I would expect to be able to use some of the stuff that maybe a multi-asset wallet wouldn't support. So you'd actually get more of the advanced stuff that's very specific to that chain and that asset that maybe a multi-asset wallet might not.
All right, nice, interesting. James, you're I guess the newest kid on the block here on the Zcash. We're pretty thrilled to have Brave on. So now, which wallet would you choose if not Brave?
So my first exposure to Zcash was Zuko asking me to download Zingo so he could demo how fast the transactions were. And so I downloaded Zingo, and I've been using that. I also had the opportunity to give some feedback on the Zashi wallet early designs and were some of the influence as well, and how we solved some problems within the Brave wallet. So I would probably still use Zingo. And I would probably use the 5 Zec to send to other Brave wallet devs for testing.
Nice. All right, since you mentioned Zingo, Zankas, your turn.
I would take my 5 Zec in Water Wallet, and I would eagerly wait for the moment when I could exchange it on a distributed exchange for other cryptocurrencies. But then pretty soon I'd probably want it back in the form of ZEC. And I would send it to developers to pay them to, or community members to pay them to make our cryptocurrency better, to make ZEC better. That's what I spend all my ZEC on. So if I get 5 more, it's going to the same place.
Yeah. Nice. And Josh, last but not least.
Yeah, this is a tough one because, like, all you that are adding ZEC to your wallet or building wallets for ZEC specifically, like, you're all champions in my mind, because a lot of the wallets are built for different use cases for different types of users, whether more advanced users or more normies coming in and have these different features and experimenting with different things. And it's amazing, and it's a lot of fun, and we need more of these options for Zcashers around the world. And so, like, everybody here, I really commend you for all the work and sticking through some of the challenges that we had with things like sandblasting and things like that over the last little over a year or so. And if I were to choose one, probably the one that I've used the most is the Zingo wallet. I also like, there's a lot of great stuff in Y wallet as well, but the Zingo is probably the one that I have the most experience using and playing with. And as far as how to spend my money, like, I wish there were more vendors where I could spend stuff. I was really, there's a community member named Shayla in Venezuela that sells cookies, and I wish I could buy cookies from Shayla, who's created this business around accepting ZEC. That would be awesome. What I spend it mostly on, is I'll send messages back and forth. So I've, like, posted an address up on Twitter a few times, and people occasionally send me messages that I receive, and I get a chance to respond back. So it's kind of an interesting, different kind of use case than normal spending, but it's probably, most of my transactions in my wallet are related to those right now.
Nice. Yes, it would be really nice to have some cookies shipped to everyone. I bought some, but I haven't collected. I hope that I can go to Venezuela sometime and have those cookies, because they look really good. And given what we just recapped and maybe start discussing, like, what are the challenges that this is like a question for everyone, and we can, like, discuss together, like, what are the challenges that your team faced in 2023 regarding Zcash and the Zcash ecosystem, and what are your perspectives, like, looking forward, like 2024, 2025 and onwards? We can start with the other way around, Josh, for example.
I'll find my cursor and go off mute. I think, the most obvious challenge I think that everybody had was related to the sandblasting attack, and the bloat that we saw on the chain, and the problems that people had with scanning. We saw so many people that were just completely frustrated with all the wallet experiences, and I know anybody that's had a wallet having to deal with that. And there's a lot of engineering efforts related to that. So I think that really slowed from the ECC side. For the time that I was there, that really slowed development down quite a bit, and just kind of trying to figure out how to best deal with that thing. The other is, and why we built Zashi to begin with, is we wanted to get closer to users and the things that they were experiencing, as well as kind of building out a full stack, which we can talk about later. And so they're just, like, still with all the wallets, I think it's just too much friction, right? It's too complicated, too difficult to understand different address types. People get confused about Zatters and Tatters and U addresses, and so if we're going to onboard, like, a lot of people to be able to use Zcash around the world, there's just a lot of those friction points we have to figure out how to smooth. And then, to the point made earlier, I think the other challenge is just ways to spend it. And pretty cool. I had some conversations actually with James and the Brave team, and we were talking about different ways of like different partners they have and just different mechanisms to be able to put their Zcash to work for people that want to use it on a more day-to-day basis, or pull some out of their store and use it to be able to spend. So there's some big challenges there. I think that the team has, and we still need to overcome.
Nice. And Zankas, what about your team and challenges and perspectives?
So our big challenge for 2023 is we have people may not know the history of Zingo. Zingo was originally Zec Wallet. Zec Wallet was originally ZconV demo WASM. So it was a proof of concept that came out in at ZconV, and so we have had a bunch of legacy code, and we attempted to port some of the newer developments from Libros Zcash into that code base, and it couldn't handle it. So from 2023, we realized that we really needed to rewrite most of Zingo, and as of now, we're looking at about like 60% of it has been completely rewritten in the last, actually since Z-Root. So for us, there was the coming to grips with the state of the code base and recognizing the work that was necessary and carrying it out. So we've done that. So I think looking forward, we are expecting to have a lot more bang for the buck, because we've eaten a lot of tech debt in the last 6 months. So
Right, yeah, that's nice to hear. Like, yes, I always follow your repos, and I get like a lot of notifications about like commits every day. So yeah, you're crunching that tech. That's really awesome. And James, I guess that you can tell us a little bit about your challenges on the pastime.
Aí, final de semana,
and what perspective you Brave and your team has for this 2024 and 2025.
Yeah. So we rewrote our wallet back in 2019, or started to be fully native. So one of the challenges is managing the code, the shared code. But at a high level, we took a user first approach. We want Brave Wallet is a multi-chain wallet. We see it as you should have access to Web3 out of the box. We also have other payment options for users to contribute to content creators, publishers through a Brave reward system, and we've sort of started expanding it to introduce P2P payments. So we wanted it to be a first-class citizen in the Brave wallet, and we push for certain specific behavior. For example, auto shielding, transparent, any incoming transparent transactions into the unified address. But we're still early. So right now, the Brave wallet has support for transparent transactions. And so it's, kind of getting from making the move from the transparent transaction support into the full shielded transaction support and account support, and have it, work seamlessly across a user who has, one wallet that can support, different types of currencies or different types of blockchains. So that's been our challenge, getting the shared work in, and then Brave has quite a few hurdles in terms of just the review process can be pretty tedious in terms of reviewing third-party dependencies to sort of minimize supply chain attacks and various other things. So But I'd say no major problems. I thought the wallet landscape looks good so far. I like some of the ease of use of what I saw from the Zashi wallet, and we hope to bring sort of our own flavor, but give something to users that feels familiar and is private.
Nice to hear that. And what about Edge and your team, Paul?
I don't want to have to reiterate a lot of what Josh said. Obviously, the sandblasting attack was our biggest challenge on kind of the general affects everyone type of experience. But if I had to be a bit more specific to what Edge experienced, I think on a technical level, dealing with a lot of, don't want to bore people with the details, but some compile issues with some changes that were done to the SDK that just weren't compatible with our framework, with React Native. That poured, man months of effort into getting that up and running for us. I know we've had some discussions in the light client working group on how to resolve that going forward. And I know Paco, you were part of those discussions with CocoaPod support and whatnot. But I know that sunk easily the largest amount of time to get just equivalent functionality that we already had. So that was one challenge. And then I want to take it kind of like out of the box as far as the challenge of a wallet developer, because part of our job is to build a product. And then the second part of our job is to promote what it does. And I think one of the challenges we had is the messaging of Zcash, in the sense that people that want to use it, and we hosted events too. We're really big on community and events. We hosted events and talk about Zcash, but then it's really talking about the why of the protocol, especially because the protocol is so different than just a Bitcoin or Ethereum. Why are these different address formats? Why is there a transparent and then a shielded? Why is there a unified? Why is there a sync time that I don't have on these other chains? And when we have to explain all of those challenges to people, and for many people, sure, they care about privacy, but many people maybe care about it, but not enough to ask all of these why questions. And to explain the nuanced technical details of that why, I think was a huge challenge that I think can't be understated, right? And it's a pretty key piece of the adoption challenge. And so if we somehow get to a point where we're no longer having to explain those things because we have a product that is equivalent to at least crypto, right? We're not trying to even get equivalent to fiat, right? Because fiat obviously is the easiest thing for people to use right now. If you can use it and you're not barred from using fiat, it's fairly easy. But if you are at least are familiar with a Bitcoin, a Litecoin, a Doge, then not having to explain the UX differences, and then now it's just, hey, you get better privacy. Here's the privacy that you get that you don't get in Bitcoin. Then I feel like that would hugely solve a big challenge that we experienced in 2023. Once again, outside of the other stuff that people mentioned.
Oh, that's pretty interesting that you mentioned that. And speaking of the whys, so Han, what are the challenges that Y Wallet faced in 2023? I know that you and people recognizes that a lot to you, that your wallet actually fought the sandblasting pretty hard, and people were able to access their Zcash with Y Wallet. So what are the other challenges that you faced in 2023, and what are the perspectives that you have for Y Wallet in this upcoming time?
Okay, so as you said, regarding the sandblast, the synchronization method that we have handled it okay, right? We were able to process the sandblast. Of course, it got much slower than before, since the capacity went 10-fold or 100-fold. But in terms of stability, it worked through. So in 2023, I wouldn't say there was a big challenges regarding Y Wallet architecture or design. The biggest work we had was probably the UX and the UI redesign. Speaking about the future, and related to what Paul just said about usability and parity with other coins, First of all, I would say that I think usability is the most important thing to achieve, because once you have a reason to use a currency, you start to accept shortcomings of the design of the implementation. Because, for example, if you use Monero, which is our main competitor, the synchronization time is horrible. It's way worse than Zcash, and nobody really complains about that, because you can, as far as you can use, as long as you can use it, I think it's fine, even though it's 10 or 100 times lower than Zcash, because they don't have like wallet architecture. You have to download the blockchain. But if you compare Zcash to Litecoin, to Bitcoin, or any other currency that is not private, you start to run into the issue of having to synchronize and having to scan the blockchain. And this is going to get worse and worse, because the blockchain is going to get larger and larger. So for me, if we want to solve this moving forward, the only real solution is to have aggregation and have peer-to-peer communication of synchronization you have, even if it was the one that was pre-Sandblast, the linear competitor, the synchronization time is horrible. It's way worse than Zcash, and nobody really complains about that, because you can, as far as you can use, as long as you can use it, I think it's fine, even though it's 10 or 100 times lower than Zcash, because they don't have like wallet architecture. You have to download the blockchain. But if you compare Zcash to Litecoin, to Bitcoin, or any other currency that is not private, you start to run into the issue of having to synchronize and having to scan the blockchain. And this is going to get worse and worse, because the blockchain is going to get larger and larger. So for me, if we want to solve this moving forward, the only real solution is to have aggregation and have peer-to-peer communication of the transactions offline, and have just the ZKP and a summary of the ZKP put online on chain. But right now, the issue, I would say, that the Sandblast is over, and the transaction rate is back to where it was before the Sandblast, which was really low. It's less than 1 transaction per second. If you do the average, is 0.01, something very low. Not talking about Coinbase, not talking about transparent transaction. I'm just talking about Sapling and Orchard here. So at this level of rate, any algorithm would work. If you start a new wallet now, you have a new user, regardless of what synchronization you have, even if it was the one that was pre-Sandblast, the linear synchronization that Paku was talking about, you would be able to synchronize, no issue. So the Sandblast was, for me, was a wake-up call, and we improved a lot of stuff. But I don't think it has solved really anything in terms of what would happen if it comes back, because the need to scan everything is still going to be, it's still there until you have aggregation. So for me, the future is 2 things, right? Either you solve the scalability issue by aggregation, and you solve that because you have a need. So number 1 should be like having a need to have more transactions. So it goes back to having merchants having a way to use Zcash, which is not here right now. The Sandblast was completely artificial. It's not an increase of usage, in my opinion. So that's number one. And maybe related to that is the programmability issue, that we are separated from the rest of Web3 because we don't have a way to run smart contracts. And our competitors, other chains, are getting into that business. We have other chains using Halo 2, our technology, to implement, like for example, one case to my mind is Aztec. Aztec has will have shielded protocol for shielded smart contracts. Sorry. You have other coins are also taking the same approach, and I think it's going to be a big sell for them compared to a coin which may be the front runner in terms of privacy, but it's just privacy at the end of the day. If you can't use it, what's the point of having a wallet that only stores coins? At the end of the day, I mean, you can put Bitcoin into your wallet. It's completely not private, but if you don't use it, it's still private. Nobody can see the transactions because there are no transactions at the end of the day, right? So yeah, for me, there are two things moving forward. One is aggregation, and two is programmability. If you want to go back to the challenge of Y Wallet, I think the one challenge that Y Wallet had was the fact that in order to improve further warp sync, so I had prototype for warp sync 2, which has like a twofold improvement in speed. I would need to change the protocol. I would need to change the lightweight protocol, and that is not easy to do. That's the biggest challenge, and therefore we didn't do it. The warp sync remain as a personal prototype. I have it running for myself with my own servers, but I don't think I can push that into the official repos. Yeah. So that's
a really interesting insight. I don't know if anyone wants to reply or compliment or add anything to what, like the many points that Han already brought up.
Yeah, I'd like to gently push back on this concept that the Monero people don't care about like slow sync. I'll agree. It is a slower sync given an apples to apples comparison. But Monero does have other options that are zero sync. And so at a compromise of some privacy, they have, which is what Edge has implemented for Monero, the giving up with a view key to a server. And then as well, with that same option, people can run their own Monero node, which as well could hold the view key for themselves, giving up just about no privacy. Much like someone could run their own Light Wallet D server, someone can run a Monero LWS server. And, they have up and coming kind of small size nodes that you can buy for a few $100s that then run an LWS server for you. And it's just a plug and play experience. And we had a notable influx of users come in when we had implemented a view key style architecture, because the user experience was so much better than waiting for sync, that they were willing to give up that, that level of privacy. And some of these people were developers, so they knew what they were giving up. And so I would say it's not good enough to say that, oh, people have to care enough about privacy and they'll deal with it, and they'll deal with a shitty user experience. I think that, we should still strive for that equivalent user experience of other cryptos, because crypto already is something that users have to deal with, even if it's Bitcoin, right? It's already different from fiat. Let's not make it even worse than that. And so I would say that's still a valuable thing to focus on. And it probably be, I don't want to go into basically the next question that this panel will have, but I'm sure I'll have more to say regarding, what we would love to see as part of the protocol going forward.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you should not strive for that. And speaking about the view key, I actually had implemented that as well on the Zcash protocol. So you could send the view key to a server and have the same process as Monero, where the server would do the trial decryption and all the work for you, and actually implemented that through a GPU. So with relatively small video card, you could process millions of transactions per second. So like 10 million transactions per second, which is probably like 1,000 times faster than the normal processing on the phone or on the desktop. So technically speaking, we could do that. The problem was that when I polled the users, and the Zcash community in general, through the forums and through Telegram, there was a huge pushback. They basically, again, it may be because that community is very privacy oriented, so it's not maybe not your average users, but they said, oh, no, we want Zcash because Zcash is highly private, and I'm not going to give our view key to anyone, and we will take the synchronization slowness. So yeah, I agree with you that it could be mitigated, but I think the mitigation is not appropriate for Zcash users, because one of the seduction or one of the selling point of Zcash is its really high level of privacy, and you would take it back if you go for this approach.
I think it's a dangerous path that much of cryptography has made over the past several decades. Is not letting perfect be enemy of the good. And
totally agree with you with
the trade-off is that you just don't get any adoption. And
yeah,
so
I totally agree with you.
I think Monero has made a decent decision. I'm glad you at least pinged the community, but I think the community as it is, because it's so, privacy technology as a whole is very lightly adopted. They're not the people that we're trying to get privacy into the hands of. And so it's one of those, like, if you build it, they will come. And at least we have an example of the fact that people will utilize this technology, utilizing a different chain, which also does have a lot of people that care about privacy. And you're right, it's not a protocol level thing. We don't have to make changes to the protocol, but it's an ecosystem thing. And there are standards and there's open source implementations that people can utilize, such as, the LWS server, and a standardized API to use it, and a commercial implementation that, wallet providers can pay for with MyMonero. And so having that as part of the ecosystem, not the protocol, is a key piece. And then we can go forward and also talk about what the protocol can do to make this far more efficient and private, which can leapfrog an implementation like Monero. But I'm glad we're on the same page. Glad you had tried it out. But I think that listening to the 0.01 percentile of the people that we want to adopt Zcash is a bit of a possibly dangerous thing to do, because we want to adopt it by more than those people.
Yes, but you also have to realize that
I'd like to hop in here, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me answer Paul's point for 1 second. I would also unfortunately, I would say that this 0.01% is in charge of a lot of stuff. So, for example, my personal opinion is that the changes in the protocol would not have gone through the protocol dev approval.
But this is not a change of the protocol. You said you implemented it yourself. There's no protocol
you
change.
have to push it so that it's integrated properly. Otherwise, you would have fragmentation in the space. Right? You would have servers that understand it, servers that don't understand it. It's a mess.
No, it's a totally separate server. It's like a light wallet D. It's a totally separate.
Yeah.
Light wallet D is not a regular protocol, really.
This is a false dichotomy. Just as I guess MyMonero is a commercial service that says, "Hey, give us your view keys and we'll give you faster sync." That can be done without any change to protocol. But let's start the company. Go for it. Nobody's holding you back.
We're not talking about MyMonero, right? We're also talking about the fact you can push the key to a Monero server. Monero is the commercial service. You're right? They offer that as a service, but you can also do the same by using Monero D, the network of Moneros.
Oh no, that's an LWS. Monero LWS is the open source MyMonero API that was built and is being advanced and optimized by the community, that someone can run on their own if they want to go through that effort to get that additional level of privacy, but a very fast sync experience for their light client wallet. And I think that's something that's available because the community, not protocol, but the community as a whole has pushed effort into, that I think is missing in the Zcash realm.
All right, that's pretty
business
interesting.
Opportunity.
Yeah. So we can go like deeper into this. Like Han mentioned a couple of things he was interested in, but we can I can welcome you also to maybe introduce the audience to what are your near future terms in or plans on features and functionality, and for your wallet, and maybe your desires for Zcash as a whole, and then maybe think or reflect about like if you could only implement like one of those things that you're planning or you're wishing to develop for the next year, which one would it be? Which one is the more important, or the one that will bring more value to your team or to the ecosystem? So I'd like to start with James, which is our newest member.
So yeah, bringing shielded Zcash to all of our users. Beyond that is expanding on utility. Brave Wallet being multi-chain, looking to interoperability. So we're actively adding more ways to more providers for bridging and swapping, even those that would allow you to cross-chain swap between Zcash or Ethereum or anything else, Bitcoin. And so getting the shielded transactions, shielded support in is sort of the first step there. But actively pursuing our network of other tools, and we've, like I mentioned before, we've got creator support system, which we unlocked P2P payments to. These are all on-chain payments, adding Zcash as a payment method there, and further outreach and just growing awareness. Brave Ads, for example, does well in terms of like us being able to get the messaging out there. So I would say shielded support, but just finding real utility across the web.
Nice. And Josh, I know that you often post a lot about like the future. So what can you tell us about the near present of Zashi, and then like which one of all of those things you think would be the most important to have? Or
yeah, so we just released Zashi, and we're really just kind of started building out the team to be able to support it well. So Zashi 1.0 on iOS released April 28th, and Android released just a few days ago, or March 28th, and then Android just released April 28th. So we're starting to get a lot of user feedback. So we have, if you want to follow it in terms of our roadmap, we're pretty transparent about it. You can go to electriccoin.co/roadmap, and it's there. And then we're reevaluating that roadmap every quarter. So a lot of what we're focused on are some quick wins for this quarter. And I say quick wins, but it's like giving some people utility. So the ability to spend their ZEC, either through things like debit cards, to be able to onboard ZEC more easily. And so we've been talking to and working with a number of partners that would allow you to do that. Flex is one as well, that we're engaged with as potential. So that was something that came out of ZBoot. We had this conference, this community conference in January, and something that we heard across the board was people wanted to be able to more actively move their coins. The coins want to move; they don't want to sit in a wallet and stashed away somewhere. People want to realize that financial privacy through their transactions. The intention, what we've talked about with the stack, is that the intention with Zashi is to be a stack, not just a crypto wallet, but to provide a range of capabilities that really exploit and take advantage of all of the amazing things in the Zcash protocol, but also beyond that, things that the community is building, and incorporate those things that are most interesting to most users, as best we can within the current regulatory climate in context. And so we're being very careful about that and kind of understanding what's going on right now, because right now, quite honestly, anything related to self-custody is under attack in the US. We've seen that with the recent actions last week. the regulatory overreach related to Samurai Wallet, Tornado Cash, the FBI's notice, very concerning. And so we have to be also very careful about what we do and what we put out into the world and what we can support. So that also helps inform our roadmap. We're moving as quickly as possible to make sure all the code is open source and get as much code out in the world as we can to solve some of these needs. Right now, code is speech, but I don't know that that's guaranteed, right? The way that we've seen things moving, and we shouldn't assume that it's always going to be there. So we have a fire in our bellies to get as much code out into the world as we can, so that people can pick this stuff up if there's things that we can't do. Some of the specific things, in addition to things like payment capabilities, we need to look at performance improvements. So right now, the wallet requires 10 confirmations as a security measure. It's way too long for day-to-day payments. There may be some interesting ways to kind of handle that, to handle change, and those are things that we're working on. We want to do things like import view and key, so you have a read-only wallet. Some of those things are like capabilities in Y Wallet and Zengo today that are just not there yet with Zashi. And then we, a near-term thing as well that we're looking at, and we were going to put on this quarter, but we kind of pushed out. Maybe the next quarter is liberated payments. So the idea that I can send ZEC to another person via secure messaging, and they can claim that ZEC without having first installed the wallet. Is part of what we've heard within our communities. Our communities are onboarding other people. So I mentioned Shayla earlier in Venezuela. Like Shayla was onboarded by another member of the community who got very interested in Zcash, and has been spreading the word. And Shayla's doing the same, right? So how do we make it easy for those people that believe in it? Those we call kind of our initial 100 power users to onboard people around them, people in their community, where it's not 5 steps. You're not explaining all the stuff like Paul was talking about to get over all that kind of mental load. But how do we make that as simple as possible? So this is some near-term focus. The thing that I would love to see as soon as possible are more freedom-based tools integrated into the wallet. What I mean by that is something like a DEX. So I know Han's working on the Maya solution. Awesome, Han, thank you for doing that. Thorchain was one that had at one point committed to adding ZEC, and then when Tornado Cash happened, they got nervous, and so they backed out. Maya is the fork of Thorchain. We need DEX options. People around the world, we shouldn't assume that they have access to a centralized exchange. We shouldn't assume that. I mean, they're good. They're people like Shayla, right, who want to be able to just do things day to day to sell cookies. And we're blocking people out of the system. And we need these freedom tools to allow people to onboard, to be able to exchange with one another. So something like a DEX, as soon as that work is done, we intend to integrate that with Zashi, so that we have those kind of tools. Another one that's probably my primary one to answer the question. There's some other things like we're looking at ZSAs, hardware integration. Hardware wallets suck right now for Zcash. That has to be fixed. There may be some interesting ways to get there independent of having to work with those existing hardware wallet providers, because we can't rely on them to deliver just because they haven't done it, and it's been years. So some of those things we'll play with as well, but my number one is access, and so that means a DEX.
All right, speaking of which, like, I think that one of the people of the Zengo folks are really good at like moving ZEC around and having this vibrant community. Like Shayla, I think she's a really a Zengo fan.
Some of those things we'll play with as well. But my number one
Zankas,
is access.
What can you tell us about this question we're talking about?
Yeah, so Shayla's part of the Zengo community, and what we do is pay people Zcash to create goods and services. It's an economy, if you wish, and something that's going to really change the landscape for us is threshold SIG. that permits, the way we operate is there's a gaggle of us, we have a pool of value, we get together and vote on how to use it. This is, it's the DAO model that's all over Web3. And Threshold SIG is going to enable us to implement that, at the protocol level as opposed to just the social level. And as a distributed anarchic social network with a economic and financial foundation, it's already working great. People are using Zcash to live. They're using Zcash to build cool things. They're using Zcash to pay each other to build cool things. And having a threshold SIG architecture implemented in the wallet and available with an intuitive user interface is going to next level that. So we're really excited about threshold SIG. We're very excited about DEXs in particular. We're excited about a lot of stuff, but threshold SIG is my number one. So the thing I'm most excited about.
Nice. And what about you, Paul? What are your
as far
plans
as
for this year, and what would be the one thing you would like to see?
As far as like functionality inside of Edge, we mostly completed a lot of stuff that we want to see. Some of it hasn't actually launched yet, but it's actually in testing, such as Orchard support. We have had auto shielding. We got unified addresses in. We probably now need to bite the bullet and expose T addresses outside of unified addresses. It's one of those UX compromises of having to show multiple addresses, but to this day, people still can't withdraw from Coinbase into Edge. And I know Zuko's got on several Twitter threads about that being an issue. So we'll probably add that. That's not too difficult. So there's not like any big one thing that we feel strongly in being able to add an Edge that isn't blocked by someone else. So for example, we'd love to add Maya. We've had Thorchain support for, I think, over a year now. We're big fans of that protocol, and I've spoken to the Maya team. But of course, once that's done, Han, awesome job. Thank you for taking on, the reins of that project. Once that's done, we'd be excited to add that. But as far as what we have in our control, we don't really have anything on the roadmap. From the stuff that's out of our control that I'd really like to see, and I know I've been really vocal about this in the forums, it is detection keys. I can't stress this enough. It is what I consider to be the holy grail balance of privacy and usability. It's instant sync with not nearly the privacy leak of view keys. And I've had enough discussions to determine that I feel like it's very, very feasible. It does require a lot of protocol updates. At least that's what I'm told. I haven't dived in to figure out what that would be. The moon math of Zcash is way above my head, but long term, that feels like the way to make Zcash feel just like every other cryptocurrency and still achieve the privacy promises that it's been eschewing from day one. And that would be my number one thing I'd like to see. I don't think it can happen in a year though. So this is like my, what's the one thing I'd like to see in the next 3 to 5 years? If there would be a number two, a very, very close number two, it would be and I know this is going to get super pushback, but I really want privacy by default. I want to wipe out T addresses. And I think by and large, the world of privacy, generally speaking, has proven that when privacy is optional, it doesn't get used. I'm happy to be proven wrong by this, but I can't cite a good example in the history of privacy tools where the optional privacy gets used by any meaningful percentage of the user base. And so that would be my other, God, I wish I could, that would happen at the protocol level. And it would give, I know, Zcash a high level of reputation within the privacy community to say, oh, I don't have to question what Zcash wallet I use or what it's implemented as, you just get it. And I know there's concerns of, oh, well, we have to be regulatory compliant and be able to expose transactions and people care about transparency. Well, therein lies your view key or being able to provide a key that can decrypt transactions. It's always possible to be transparent optionally. It's very difficult to be private optionally. So that's my take, is that one of the two things that I would love to see, not in a year. I know that's much more than I can ask for in a year, but probably in the more of that 3 to 5 year time frame.
Can I pile on? Because
Sure.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree.
Oh.
I want to see them gone. I think it's like it's It's like a massive usability problem. And when we talk about, okay, the security of people, right? The security of the users, when they don't understand the addresses and they have wallets that are transparent only. I talked about this at the last ZCon. It's a big problem. I've talked to users who are like, oh, I'm so excited about it. I'm using Zcash. And in that one particular case, the guy was like, I've got all my Zcash. He had a fair amount of Zcash on my Atomic wallet. It's like, Atomic doesn't support shielded addresses. He's like, what are you talking about? I thought Zcash was private. It's a huge problem, right? So there he is operating just like Bitcoin, with this, the same privacy guarantees as Bitcoin, and he has no idea. The question of like the transparent, I think some of the regulatory stuff gets, there's some FUD there. And certainly we've seen that with now some new movement with Binance, and they're mandating a new address type, which I hate. And I understand the reasons for creating that new address type for them. But largely the exchanges, it's not been a regulatory conversation. It's been a technology conversation. And are we going to prioritize this ahead of other things? Because what they have to do is they have to deal with their HSMs. And the HSMs, in some cases they're using fairly standard stuff. In some cases they're using custom HSMs. It's some engineering at the beginning before sapling, right? It just wasn't, you couldn't create proofs at scale. So it was like a non-starter, and then it became the HSM excuse. But largely, like the regulated exchanges here in the US outside of Binance have not expressed regulatory concern. In fact, NYDFS approved Gemini to fully support shielded addresses on the exchange. Now they support deposits and withdrawals. They don't have a native shielded wallet, so it gives you more options than anybody else in the world. They're the only ones that support that. But they got a green light from the regulators to be able to support it. So it had just been a technology and a demand thing. And if there are more and more users demanding, and they saw enough volume with Zcash demanding, maybe it's a chicken and egg thing, Paul. Maybe
just do it.
There'd be demand if their T addresses weren't available. But I do think it's something we ought to fix. I've got it on our roadmap out there. And it's like we have to build a set of infrastructure around Zcash so it can continue to thrive outside of centralized exchanges in the long term. So there's like this a base set of stuff that I would like to see in the protocol and around the protocol before we can make that full transition over to shielded only. But that's my opinion. I know like there's many opinions in the community, so but I just want to double down on what you said. I'm a big believer.
Possibly,
right.
I'm not sure what implementation Maya will have, if it's going to use shielded or transparent. I imagine transparent's much easier, but if somehow that could use shielded, then suddenly the Binances of the world are far less important. And that becomes a factor. Let DEXs save us.
I want to register that I'm pro transparent address. We should keep them forever, just so that there's a voice that's offering a competing view.
Okay, Han, what is the if you had to just implement one of the things that you're working on, which one would it be? You're working on a lot of things.
Okay, so there are three things that are going on right now. There's Maya. So to recap the Maya story, Maya is going to support shielded addresses for incoming and outgoing. So to pose question, it's possible, but there's a caveat. The caveat is that Maya itself is not shielded, which means that if you make a swap, it will be visible on the Maya chain. So you will see all the transactions on the Maya chain, but once it hits your Zcash wallet on a shielded address, it will be merged there, and people will not see what's going on the Zcash side. So that's the best we can do, because I think that from an exchange point of view, having it fully shielded is not going to be even good for a user, because you would not have any transparency on what's going on in the exchange. You would not see the price, you would not see the volume. Everything would be, you would have to trust them to report the proper values. Right? So that's one thing. The other stuff that's going on, and I think it's fairly valuable now, is coin voting. So being able to prove your balance in a cryptographic way and associate a message with it. So in my opinion, it's the only way to make a referendum, to make a poll that is grounded in something real. Otherwise, it's too subject to cyber attacks. Anybody can vote an arbitrary number of times. If there's nothing that is attached to the vote, that can't be forged. So for me, okay, you can argue that voting based on your balance is not very democratic, but I don't see anything else that could be used, unfortunately. You don't want to have ID checks for this kind of stuff. So what else can you use besides having coins? The coin voting thing is very interesting because it has different implementations, and one of them is using Halo 2 circuit changes. So I have done these, and I think it's one way to promote Halo 2 besides DSA, since it has practical application, but it shows that Orchard is extensible. You can make smart contracts using the libraries that ECC has provided, and now it's all open source. We don't have the BOSL anymore, so anybody is free to go and make these contributions. So that would be one of the contributions. And the last one is being able to do atomic swaps between chains.
Nice.
So this is also difficult and also requires cryptographic work, but this work is also fairly known. So there's prototypes for that. The difficulty here is that the cryptography of Zcash, of course, it's shielded swaps. So if you want to do atomic swaps between transparent and transparent, it's fairly easy. But if you want to do them in shielded, it means that you have to adapt the either the sapling cryptography or the orchard cryptography. Both of them are very similar, but they're on different curves, so you have to do different things. And this would open the door to being able to swap with Bitcoin, but mostly Bitcoin. Why is it difficult? It's because the chains are different. We don't have programmability, and it has to be done cryptographically. And I guess all of this is boils down to my point about programmability, meaning that anything that you want to do in Zcash is extremely hard because you have to understand cryptography at a fairly deep level. If you wanted to do the same thing in Ethereum, it would be a fairly easy, I wouldn't say trivial, but any developer that knows Solidity can do a fairly good contract. Of course, we can mess it up. We can make contracts that are buggy, and we saw that with the CryptoFunk issue, the NFT problem. But it's still a million times easier than having to understand zero knowledge proofs and making circuits and all that stuff, right? Same thing for ZSA. ZSA is pretty much the same thing as ERC20, and ERC20 is like essentially 100 lines of Solidity code. So if I had one thing to push for in Zcash, it would be programmability. For me, programmability is way out of my scope. I can't do that by myself, obviously, right? So if we are talking about something that Wildwater can do or one person can do, and I have to choose between these three things, I would choose Maya. I would choose DEX because it opens the door for more usability. And I think at this point, we can argue to death about who governs Zcash, who decides to do what. But if there's no price traction, if the price remains where it is, nothing will be achievable because people will leave the project. They need to eat, right? The money is up there to fund the project. So I think for me, maybe DEX is not the solution. DEX is not enough. We need other stuff, like Paul was saying, having our Brave, we do also with having usage for Zcash and in other ecosystems. But from my perspective, the stuff that I can contribute to, it would be a DEX.
Good. So to wrap up, the last question or topic would be, I guess that we're all bullish on privacy here, but so if you're bullish on privacy, what do you think we need to work on, or maybe your team or as the ecosystem, to bring Zcash like back to the top and I don't know, even higher? So let's see, James.
Well, I mean, tapping into our again our network and other providers we've used, either for completing sort of e-commerce type payments, light client providers as well. I mean, looking into other infrastructure, and just I think out of general curiosity, showing people that they can get private transactions in a simple UI and hold Zcash along with any other cryptos that they may be wanting to use. Even though the dApp or smart contract support's not there yet, being ready for that. I think there's also just other utility. Either Josh mentioned earlier, Zcash to crypto, and I've at Brave we've also reached out to other on-ramp providers that could support Zcash direct to their on-chain wallet. So we're still pushing hard on that front and advertising as well.
Nice. All right, I'll ask you all to be brief, so we are wrapping up on the top of the hour. So Sancas, can you give us your take on this?
Yeah, you need privacy to be safe, and you need safety to be healthy, and that applies at all levels. So that applies, in the sanctity of your own mind, right? You need a private space to think, and without that private space, without that safety that emerges from having a private space, you can't have, in that case, mental health. So no privacy, no safety, no health. We need privacy for safety. It's about safety.
Nice. Paul.
I'll try to make it quick. Privacy, in essence, is us trying to be relatively invisible or make things that we don't want to be public invisible. But privacy itself, or the usage of it, also needs to be invisible. So make privacy invisible. Make it where you don't have to know that you're using a tool that is delivering privacy, and then everybody gets it.
Nice. Some closing thoughts on this.
Okay, so quickly I would say that I agree with what people said earlier. One thing I would have to add is that for me, it's not black and white. It's not you have to be private or you lose all your liberties. I think we live in a society where you have to accept that there is some government control. Even in your home, when you say, okay, my home is my private space, I don't want the cops to come and knock at my door and be swatted. There still has to be some provision for the authorities to enter and to do something. You're not your castle. And making a system where there's no regulation possible is never going to fly, in my opinion. There will be. So maybe it could be something that if you make a transaction that has a low amount, it will go through easier than having a transaction that has transfer $1 million to some shady person. But I think that there should be a way for the regulators to monitor the chain in at least overall that you have to show something that blocks the bad actors from using your chain to do something evil or bad. And for that, it has to be cooperation between the protocol designers and the authorities. So for me, no black and white. That's where privacy should go.
All right, and Josh, yes, you're our last. Well, I guess Ivan will join us late. Yeah, no, Ivan will join us.
Yeah.
So take it away.
So I mean, yes, I'm bullish. I mean, if we don't have privacy, then we're all screwed, right? And we've got this dystopian hellscape that none of us want. And we've seen the kind of the overreach that happens. And so to Han's point, that it's not black and white. So regulatory clarity is something I think that's important. So people, if we're talking about mainstream adoption, people need to kind of understand what the risks are, right? If they're doing something within the law or not within the law, within a particular jurisdiction that they're in, that whole thing is not going to come easy. But we have seen that happen before. We saw that with HTTP, HTTPS, and in the crypto wars, some level of that. That all that said, like I mean, that's one thing. But right now, access to ZEC isn't sufficient. The usability of being able to use and store ZEC isn't sufficient. Access to decentralized services cross-chain isn't sufficient or not even there. Zcash is still on its own island. So there's like a heck of a lot of work we need to do to build out that full stack. And I love Paul's framing of it, is making it invisible. So it's a no-brainer. You don't even have to think about it. I like 100% align with that kind of vision. And hopefully, there's more and more of you than there has ever been kind of in the Zcash community that are building things. And I think we can get there.
All right. So we're going to start with an icebreaker. Some question I want to ask you, Ibek, is you're given 5 ZEC on a wallet of your choice. Which wallet would you choose? And what would you do with that ZEC? There's a little trick here, is that you cannot pick your own wallet. You cannot pick Unstoppable. You have to choose any other of the wallets, like Brave, Y Wallet, Zashi, etc. Zingo.
Cool. Well, I represent Unstoppable Wallet, and I'm from those that are that support Zcash. I'm probably more familiar with Edge Wallet because it's a multi-coin wallet, and it's in a way it's one of our direct competitors, I would say. And I also like that wallet because they have a good UI. So that's one thing we share in common with them. I also like Zashi wallet. Well, it's hard to choose. I would probably go with Edge. I am a multi-coin type of guy, so I would go with Edge. It's similar. It's similar to what we have, and it feels modern. So yeah, I would go with. On the other hand, if I am to choose ZEC only wallet, I would go with Zashi, I think. Yeah. And what would I do with that ZEC? Well, I wouldn't sell it like on an exchange, right? There is no use in it. I'm thinking I would probably, if there were more ways to spend it. I haven't looked for it specifically, but I suppose that there should be some services which allow to use privacy-friendly coins. And I'm not talking about illegal stuff, but some legit ways to use privacy coins whenever you want to buy something online. I was actually quite familiar with that type of experience in the early days of Bitcoin, like 2014, 2015, I think it was. So I would use it there, but most probably I would just keep it. Yeah, I would store it.
You will be a Zodler then, yes. All right, that's another use of ZEC. It's nice. And now talking a bit about Unstoppable and your recent past work on Zcash, what are the challenges that your team faced in 2023? And what are your perspectives for your team and for your product on Zcash looking forward?
Challenges. Well, I think protocol changes. Well, not necessarily protocol change, but change in general. Zcash is a bit non-standard. I mean, it's not just a privacy coin, right? Zcash has, well, right now, it used to have 2 address types. Right now, there is a new address type which is being introduced. So these are the challenges. And for us, it's a two-sided challenge. Firstly, we need to find a way to introduce those non-trivial concepts to an audience which is not ready to understand those things. You know, I mean, it's hard enough to onboard people to non-custodial storage in general. You know, but then you have specifics, chain specifics or coin specifics, such as, well, in case of Zcash, it might be birthday height, different address types. So these are the main challenges, I would say, but nothing really. Well, there is a challenge with the slow sync speed, but I'm thinking like all of those challenges are being addressed and at decent pace. And Zcash in particular has a rather fast approach. A community has, I'm thinking ecosystem has a fast approach to addressing those things. So in 2003, there was a lot of back and forth, like a lot of change. But yeah, things are looking good in general, and yeah, they are being addressed. So, and regarding perspectives, one thing I would really want to see in Zcash is right now, I see, and I think many people see it as isolated, especially with many centralized exchanges right now in particular are not do not play nice with privacy coins, right? I mean, you see like many exchanges delisting Monero, for example. So there is a problem of Zcash being isolated, and I think what we need here is a bridge to the general crypto ecosystem. And in my opinion, DEXs will be a major step in that direction. DEXs and UI. So once you integrate DEXs, you also need to work on UI so that those DEXs are usable by people, right? Not just like 0.1% of us who understand. So, but like on fundamental level, I think there is a need for DEXs. Someone also mentioned about programmability, and I think that's there too, but it's probably a bit less important right now, but in the long run, definitely.
All right. And if you could only implement one of the things that you're planning for next year, or if you could only see one of these features next year in Zcash, which one would it be?
Yeah, that would be DEX. And in fact, it's one of those things that's in our next year roadmap. There are a number of protocols, Maya being one of them, which I think is at the step where we can take and integrate them.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. As everyone is like looking forward to the Maya integration. Actually, that's pretty nice. And so I guess everyone here is bullish on privacy, but are you still bullish on privacy? And what do you think that we as part of the Zcash ecosystem need to work on to bring Zcash back to the top?
I think once we are in a general bull run, Zcash will be there among the top coins. It's just a matter of it's a matter of fact that at the moment that we don't have coins acting independent from each other, we see Bitcoin going up and then the rest of the ecosystem catches up. So that's one thing. But on the other hand, I think once there are DEXs and they are well integrated, there will be a lot of use cases for Zcash in general, like use cases that go beyond current community. So because it's a privacy coin, it's, in my opinion, I think it's a compliant privacy coin, which is kind of a rarity at the moment, right? You have you have non-compliant privacy coins which fight their own battle. I think they have their own use case, and there is a Zcash like coins which are in line with compliance rules and provides everything that's needed for regulators, and at the same time provides users a way to have private transactions when they need them. So I think it's already working in that direction with the transparent addresses, unified addresses. So there is not much I would add other than a DEX. I think opening up Zcash to the rest of the crypto ecosystem is essential, because it would result in capital flowing from one side to another, which is, I think, is important, both for price as well as utility in general.
Well, that's a really great way to wrap up this talk. We have a small call to action here to the public to download a wallet, a Zcash wallet. We are leaving a slide with the QR codes on the URLs of the sites for all of the attendants: Brave, Edge, Unstoppable, Y Wallet, Zingo, and electric coin companies Zashi. So thank you all for being part of this panel, and thank you for the audience to being at ZconV.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Kobrlova, and I'm a product and project manager for the ECC developed mobile wallet Zashi. Thank you for joining us at ZconV and for deciding to spend some time learning more about Zashi. If you watched Josh's ECC update, you already know a lot about the big picture. So my goal for today is to dive deeper into our plans and the related SDK updates. And I will do a little recap of Zashi's launch, give you a little sneak peek into our coming release, and share with you our future plans. We are Electric Coin Company, as you know. We are building a full stack user experience for Zcash so you can be free. Why we do it? Because our goal is to empower everyone with financial freedom. And how we do it? Well, we strive to deliver products that provide financial privacy, dignity, self-sovereignty, and freedom. As kitsch as it may appear to some, to keep repeating these words as a strange kind of mantra, I think it's really important. I think these words are uniting us. They are helping us create aspirational goals that we can all work towards together. And even if we won't reach the goals within our lifetimes, I am perfectly convinced that each and every one of us is contributing to making it possible to reach those goals in the future. And this is Zashi, right? In addition to the Zcash protocol, the principal product of ECC is the Zashi wallet. And I want to share with you a little bit from behind the scenes of Zashi's launch, because it's quite an inspirational story. The release date was set as ZBoot effectively on the 1st of February in 2024, and the decision has been made to ship Zashi early. It has been an ambitious deadline for all of us, and I've been tasked to make sure that we clarify the scope for 1.0 launch and making sure that we will adhere to the deadlines. But this is hardly a success story of mine. This is a success story of the whole ECC team, who literally pushed to their limits. Multiple weekends and countless nights have been spent writing code, reviewing PRs, testing, and making sure that we will succeed by meeting this ambitious deadline. We launched Zashi iOS on March 28th, and to date, we already have 1,500 downloads. Zashi Android has been released on April 28th, so a month later, and we already had 854 downloads to date. I would like to also mention that we collected 1.3K open beta users, which is definitely impressive, and they did play a crucial part in Zashi's path to launch. So definitely want to give a shout out to our beta testing community, who helped us very much. Now to the fun facts, right? I would love to share two fun facts, one from Zashi iOS launch and one from Android launch, because we have met quite a few unexpected challenges. Fun fact number one, just a few hours before the day of the release, while we were trying to push an update with urgent fixes, we ended up staying up until morning hours, arguing with App Store about a rejection. And basically, they demanded us adding a new feature one day before we were supposed to launch. So that was definitely unexpected. And I think that this is fine. Jeff kind of illustrates the situation very well. We did make it happen, though, but we faced another unexpected challenge with Zashi Android. Fun fact number two. On the day we were hoping to launch Zashi Android, the Light-Wallet servers went down. And they were followed by the announcement of the servers phase out. So we ended up having to replace and switch to Vivalit and Zagrok's servers. Shout out to Emersonian and Han for allowing us to do that. And what ended up happening is effectively pushing the release date to the magical date of April 28th. So until now, we're really not sure if it was fate or coincidence. What followed after Zashi's launch was something truly incredible, because the community has prepared an overwhelmingly positive welcome for Zashi. Until today, we have collected 45 5-star reviews on App Store, and so our App Store rating right now is 4.9. On Google Play Store, even though we are live for basically just a little over 2 weeks, or a little less than 2 weeks, our average rating is 4.56. And it's only because of all of you, because of all the good and positive feedback that you shared with us. And it didn't end there. We saw an overwhelming welcome also across the social networks. We watched people making tutorials for Zashi. We watched them spreading the good word and helping us promote it. There was even a song written about Zashi. Shout out to Zero Darts, of course. So it's been really amazing, and we want to thank you so much for allowing us to, launch with such a positive feedback. Well, as you all know, the launch of a product is just the beginning. And in my view, it's a beginning of an open conversation with a public forum of users. We made a decision, and we want to ship fast and often. We want to iterate with you, Zcash users, because that's who we are building the mobile wallet for. Ooh, finally, demo time. I did tell you that in the beginning that I want to share a sneak peek into our upcoming release. And so effectively, before we start, just let me express my thanks to Lukáš, our iOS developer who prepared the demo for you, and to Honza, our Android developer who helped along the way. All right, so you can see on the screen that we have side-by-side iOS simulator and an Android emulator. You can probably guess the first feature that is new, and that's a dark mode on iOS. You can see that we are taking one of the possible paths on the iOS simulator and restoring a wallet. As you can see, the restore has been successful, and now you can see the progress inside the syncing widget on the iOS simulator. At the same time, we're going to also launch the Android Zashi, which is yet in the light mode. And we are going to take the second path that a user can take after launching the Zashi wallet. And that's effectively a creation of a new wallet. After confirming the button, we see a security warning where we need to get consent from the user to share crash reports with us. And after the confirmation, the most important step in a creation of a new wallet comes, and we display the secret recovery phrase to the user, which should, of course, get saved in a secure spot. So we have created a new wallet on Android, and we're going to prepare for demonstration of another new feature. As you can see, we navigated to the receive screen, and we are going to proceed by taking a screenshot of the unified address. The next feature we will demonstrate is going to be basically shown by sending a transaction. And the tweak that we added here for usability purposes is being able to scan a QR code from a photo saved in your library. So we're going to navigate to the send form. And inside the send form, we click on the icon with the QR code and on the new photo library icon. And by selecting the QR code, you can see that the address automatically filled in the address field. We are going to send 1 ZEK as a demonstration, enter a memo copy, and then we will proceed by reviewing the transaction. We are happy with the transaction and we confirm the send. Here, I just want to mention that for the purpose of the demo and for not taking too long, we have effectively made a cut here. So the display of the transaction, of the receiving transaction, may take in reality slightly longer than what we are showing in the demo right now. So just be mindful of that. And the transaction has already popped up for us. We can see it receiving on the Android emulator. We can expand the transaction, copy a memo, or copy the transaction ID. But what we are going to do now is demonstrate another feature. You can see that there is a new icon with an eye. And when you tap on it, you basically hide balances across your wallet. So you hide balances on the account screen, on the balances screen, and additionally also on the send screen. By tapping on the icon again, you can show the balances and make them visible again. The last UI tweak that we want to show you is adding a toggle on the receive screen because we want to be mindful of the user feedback, and we know that some of the smaller devices have had issues with being able to display the transparent address. So we added a toggle so that you can navigate very easily between the unified and transparent address now. And that's the end of the demo. Let me just navigate to the next slide. Okay, there we go. And I hope you liked it. A little delightful information for you. We have effectively just released an iOS update that includes all these tweaks. So right now you can go to the App Store, download Zashi iOS, and test all these features yourselves. We can't wait for your feedback. Please be aware that those functionalities are not yet available on Android. We will be making another update later this week or next week. It does include a few updates, but it doesn't include yet these new features. But be sure that we will start working on them very soon. And whenever we finish the bug fixing phase after the Android release, we will jump on implementing these new features and deliver them on Android as soon as possible. And what next? What comes next, right? That's the question. So you can see that I have shared some of the information that you might be already familiar with. You can find our roadmap on the website electriccoin.co/roadmap. So you can go through these things and kind of understand what's the scope for the different releases. But at the same time, I want to give you a bit of reasoning. Why are these things the priorities that we want to focus on? And just a little reminder, 1.1.x, why do we call it 1.1.x, right? Well, as I said, we want to ship often and fast. We want to make sure that we do not sit on the updates. We want to serve them hot. We want to iterate with you and change the features based on your feedback. So we are planning to release gradual updates whenever we have the functionalities ready. One of the big topics for 1.1 is supporting ZIP 320, which is an interesting update, especially for the SDKs, and one of the requirements from Binance. What are some of the tweaks that we want to make for Zashi can be kind of gathered under the umbrella of improving security and usability. We want to prioritize security because we are talking about funds here, and we want to make sure that you will be able to use Zashi and not worry about somebody getting access to your funds. So we want to implement system authentication. As you saw, we already implemented on iOS showing balances and hiding balances, and we have other usability updates planned. We want to introduce currency conversion, so adding effectively American dollar to ZAC inside Zashi, and we also want to localize the app in Spanish. because we want to make sure that Zashi is also available to non-English speakers in areas of need. There are other UX improvements that we want to squeeze in. I know our scope is bold, but at the same time, just be aware, because our scope is bold, our timelines have to be a little flexible. We want to add multi-recipient transactions, so effectively solving the tip the barista problem. We want to focus on server switch optimization to account for situations when the servers go down or are not as performant as they should be. And we also want to focus on implementing transaction resubmission to improve the UX for failed transactions. 1.2.x is all about payment integrations. I have heard it mentioned a few times this week that the places where you spend a ZAC, the places where you can effectively transact with a ZAC, that's something that should be our focus. We should make sure that the users can transact. And so that's why we want to make it our priority. And we have 3 integrations in plan. One of them is a gift card integration with Radom. The other payment integration is Flexa Layers SDK and their spend kit integration. And we also want to integrate on-ramp with Coinbase. So we want to allow you to buy ZAC directly inside Zashi. Other usability improvements include enabling address rotation to improve security, or adding quick controls to the send functionality. 1.3.x is a little smaller because you probably noticed that the scope for 1.2 is very optimistic and very big. So we want to make sure that we are mindful of that. And here the scope is a little smaller. We do have important things that we want to do though. And one of the most important ones is improvements to spend latency. We do realize that speed is important, and we want to make sure that we do everything in our power to improve this for better. We also want to allow users to import viewing keys, so effectively creating a view-only wallet. And we want to make sure to improve usability by supporting spam filtering for faster restore and doing other minor UX improvements. What is Zashi 2.0, you ask? Well, you can help us find out, right? Our product priorities that we want to consider, some of them have been moved from the discovery topics from our 1.1 releases, and some of them are from 2.0 releases. You can see that we have a lot of things to look into and think about. They include messaging and liberated payments, debit card purchases, starting to look at hardware integration, and improving usability of the app by lowering the amount of effort needed to keep the wallet. So focusing on seed phrase management without the necessity of the user backing it up, or focusing on social recovery to make sure that we eliminate possibilities for fund loss. Other topics that keep buzzing inside the community are also DEX integration and ZSA support. If you guys feel like whiteboarding with me in person, or if you want to tell us what you think we should build, make sure that you sign up for our Q3 planning session that's going to happen in July in San Diego. We will be so happy to have you there. Okay, and lastly, I want to make sure that I also give you some call to action. So if you haven't used Zashi before, make sure that you download it. You can see QR codes that have embedded links for downloading Zashi on iOS and Android. And if you want to give us feedback, give us your thoughts, opinions, suggest new features, make sure that you join our Zashi Discord server. We have basically a few channels with design feedback, bug reports, tech questions, and Zashi chat, where you can engage with us and let us know what you think. So we think this is incredibly important, and we really want to make sure that we keep building Zashi with you guys and learn from the feedback that you can provide. All right, and that's effectively what I had ready for you when sharing information. And now I want to give you guys a chance to answer some of the questions that have come in. Thank you, Josh, for popping in and helping me with some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Andrea. That's a lot of fun. And so, and thanks for doing it. Like, Andrea has been amazing coming on board just this year with ECC, made such a huge impact for our team, and we would not have been able to get this shipped without her. And you're gonna love engaging with her and working. She's been also like she handles all our support tickets. She's in Discord. So she is all over the place. So, all right, so let's hit these questions real quick. The first question is, loved what Josh said during the, thank you, during the DevFund discussion about prioritizing in use cases and making a full stack experience designed for people looking to build on top of the protocol. How can this experience be made as accessible as possible to ecosystem participants with little or no background in ZK systems, or even those with little experience in coding? So great question. Or really, again, like there's multiple layers to a stack, like anything. And the further you go down into the kind of bowels of Zcash, the more complicated it gets. And we've talked about that and making that easier. You know, especially when we get into some of the with ZebraD. And then hopefully it gets easier and easier to engage at different layers of the stack as we release capabilities. So with the SDKs and being able to build kind of your own stuff, we're again open sourcing all of our source code for iOS, or it's open sourced for iOS and Android. And so we want to make that as available and as accessible to everybody. The community helps us a ton too, as Andrea mentioned, right? People putting out little tutorials and explainers, because we have a very small and humble team. So anything that the community can do to help us kind of build it so that it's easier, let us know. Also, if you're thinking like this is just way too hard, or it'd be great to explain this thing, give us that feedback. I mean, we're taking all that in, we log it all in the system. Andrea manages all of that. We work for prioritization, and it's incredibly helpful for us. And again, the other thing that she mentioned is localization. So we want to get as much out into communities as possible that aren't necessarily native English speakers, so that they can build things that are maybe unique to their context. The next question is what are your marketing plans to further boost the use of Zashi within the global community, taking into account that there are other wallets with more features? There are, and if you were on that last session, I think it's fantastic that there are so many builders building wallets for different types of audiences. And so we have a kind of a narrow focus in terms of what we're building. And you know, if you love Y Wallet, awesome, go use it. If you want multi-currency stuff and want Edge, go use it. If you're a Zingo fan, awesome. I mean, these are all great, incredible options. For Zashi, what we've said is we really wanted to kind of focus in on our first 100 users, what we're calling our first 100 power users. And so we're really looking at a core group that are really active in giving us feedback as we build out something that will be broadly, more globally accessible for more people. So our first kind of marketing effort is within a narrow scope of UZ cachers who are giving us that feedback, and then we'll look at marketing. So we do intend to market Zashi pretty heavily. This is it's different than like marketing, quote unquote, Zcash or a token. This is about the marketing the utility that is coming through Zashi. And so even with the branding stuff, Zashi, for if you don't know, by the way, Zashi is taken from Satoshis, which is the smallest unit that you can spend with Zcash. It's a fun name. Andrea had some stuff up with like Zashi your friends or Zashi your mom and things like that. So we're hoping that that just everything just feels light and accessible, and not too complicated, and we're removing as much friction as possible to onboarding new people. The other thing I want to mention about the 100 users, which I didn't, is that those 100 users, we're really hoping to find people that have communities around them. So they're Zcashers, but they may be in a geography, or they may be with kind of a small subgroup. These kind of, everybody's got their tribes, and those tribes may not be crypto people, they may not be Zcash people, but how do we make it easy for those first 100 people to say, hey, download this real quick, let me send you something, and get rolling. And so I think you all in the community that are using it are the best source of marketing that we could possibly have. So that's all part of that strategy as well. The question, I think is maybe the last one in here that I see. Are there plans for Zashi to expose the shielded receivers of the full unified address, diversified addresses? Right now, I don't think we have anything in our roadmap, Andrea, in terms of exposing shielded receivers, other kinds of shielded receivers. But we'll assume that that's a question based on interest, and we just need to know like what you're looking for there. I think in most cases, most of the wallets support unified addresses. There is like a Gemini doesn't support unified addresses yet, so that's one of those cases where if you want to send to a shielded address on your Zashi wallet from Gemini, you can't right now. You have to send to a transparent because they don't support UA. So we need to get some more of those exchanges on board as well, being able to support those to maybe make that easier, which is probably a better option than exposing shielded receivers, because then it's like so many address types, people get so confused. And yeah.
Exactly my point. I think that's one of the pieces of feedback that has been repeated to us from users, that the address types are confusing for people who are new to Zcash, and that confusion creates another barrier for getting them onboarded. So I am right now more inclined in making it easier for the people and simplifying things, but it is entirely possible that we will go the path of creating a product for Zashi Pro users.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We're looking at, I don't know if it's it may be two versions, likely two versions of saying like there's this kind of Zashi basic, which is what you're seeing and what we're largely talking about. And then there's a more sophisticated set of capabilities for a pro user. And we may want to separate those two products. So that a pro user who really wants to do a lot of tinkering and configuration and their own things have access. But that's one of the things when we're talking about Zashi 2.0 and doing that planning coming up in July, that we'll take a look at whether or not that makes sense based upon feedback from you. And that's all the questions we have, Andrea.
Yeah, I was just checking the Who app, and it sounds like we have answered everything. That's amazing. We're pretty much on time. Thank you, Josh, for helping. To just sum it up and conclude, I want to give thanks to the foundation for organizing this amazing event. I want to give a big shout out to Ryan, who is orchestrating all the live stream and having a lot of work in just making it possible for all of you to watch us right now. And I want to give a small thanks to the ECC team for becoming my new professional family, and especially to Josh for putting his trust in me as the new PM for Zashi. Thank you guys for watching, for tuning in, and don't forget, privacy is normal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rene Vergara, and I am here to present the project that we're currently working, thanks to the support from the Zcash community grants. Our project is Zenith, a full node wallet for the new Zebra node for the Zcash network. So to start, I would like to just have a quick review of what even is a full node wallet. There was some discussion about this both in the Zcash R&D Discord and also on the on some of the light client working group calls, that the difference between a light client and a full node, both need to manage the user's keys, they need to manage the user's addresses, they obviously both need to be able to decode transactions and send transactions. So for the purposes of the Zenith wallet, what we're trying to make the distinction is that our wallet interacts directly with the Zcash node, in this case, the Zebra node, as opposed to a light client wallet that may need an intermediary like Light Wallet D to communicate with the blockchain. So why build a full node wallet? So running a Zebra node increases the decentralization of the network. It makes the network stronger and it helps the community. We hope that having wallet functionality on top of that Zebra node will also encourage more people to run their own nodes. Having a Zebra node of your own gives you direct access to the Zcash blockchain. There are no gatekeepers between you and the chain. Having a Zebra node of your own also increases your privacy by not exposing your transaction data to a third party. And many Zcash apps currently rely on Zcash's wallet functionality to interact with the Zcash blockchain programmatically. So having this capability on the modern Zebra node will give us an alternative for the future for that kind of access to the Zcash blockchain. The goals for Zenith, originally Zenith started as a set of scripts that we were using to test our other applications, Zigo. And over time, it developed enough functionality that we decided, it's probably worth building this up to a more full-fledged product. And with the support of the CCG grant, we decided to move into that direction. Our goal is to be able to give the user a way to manage different sets of spending keys, manage the different addresses that they may have, both as recipients and for any senders. We want to be able to obviously send and receive transactions for the different shielded pools. We also want to focus on ease of use. So the people that try to use Zenith for that purpose of sending the transactions have an easier time to doing it than having to interact at a lower level that may involve using things like JSON or other types of HTTPS encoding of the data. And another one of our goals is to make sure that it's easy to install, because many open source programs tend to have that problem, is that, we have these 17 dependencies that you have to install independently, and that in many cases is enough of a barrier for someone to try an application. So we're trying to build it in as self-contained as possible to make that easier for the users. At a high level, the way our app is built is it's written in Haskell, which is a functional programming language that has a pretty robust ecosystem that gives us a lot of functionality on the UI side and on the interaction with the non-Zcash parts of a wallet. And we've also developed a Haskell library that allows us to leverage the Rust libraries that have been created by the ECC and the Zcash developers, so we can have that functionality, but use it in Haskell and have both the robustness of the Zcash functionality and also all the bells and whistles that we can get out of Haskell libraries. We are currently using a SQLite database as the backend. This is part of our goal of keeping this as self-contained as possible. Many other libraries like MariaDB or PostgreSQL require the user to install their own server and then create user accounts and create tables. And that, again, can be quite a bit of a barrier for someone that is non-technical to install an application. SQLite has the benefit that it is embedded in our application. The database comes with it. You don't have to install anything, and the database will work out of the box. And we are working to interact directly with Zebra. So we have built that code that allows us to plug into the existing Zebra RPC, and that's what we are using to interact with the blockchain. So a couple of definitions, because we're calling Zenith a wallet, but it really is more of a wallet manager application in the sense that it can support multiple wallets. And so when I'm saying a wallet, I'm referring to a particular seed phrase that someone can use to then generate all the different accounts that belong to that seed phrase. And again, Zenith allows you to create multiple accounts. Each account is a set of spending keys, in essence, which allows you to have different buckets of funds, but they are all still governed by that same seed phrase. You can recover all of those different buckets from that same seed phrase. But at the same time, you can keep those funds separate by using different accounts. And under each account, you can have multiple addresses based on the protocol and all the work that has been done to create the diversified addresses, both unified and inside with the different receivers. So to do a quick overview of the features that we have currently in the app, right now our first milestone for this project was to create a command line user interface that would allow us to have this functionality. So upon starting a brand new installation of Zenith, the app will guide the user through the process of creating their first wallet, in essence, their first set of seed phrase, and then create the first account for that particular seed phrase, and then create the first address for that particular account, which would give you the bare minimum that you would need to start sending and receiving ZEC. Like I said, our app supports multiple wallets. So you are able to create new ones. You are able to switch between them as you need. That gives us that flexibility that you are able to maintain that separation between your different seed phrases. Currently, our application is using unified addresses as the default, but we are exposing the different receivers in their encoding to the user. So a user that may be interacting with a wallet that doesn't support unified addresses yet can still receive funds through the legacy shielded address or through the transparent address. All of these would deliver those funds under the account that generated these addresses. And we have also created the functionality that makes it easy to copy these addresses out of the wallet into anything else where you may need to communicate your addresses to the sender. The app allows us to display the transactions that have been received in the account, and also display the information for each transaction, like the transaction ID, the amounts that have been received, and also any memo that may have been included in the transaction. And the app also allows us to send transactions to Zcash addresses, including unified addresses. So now we can do a quick demonstration of the app. As you can see here, we have Zenith running on testnet. Right now, the first step that we always do is to ensure that Zebra is there, and we're currently working with Zebra on testnet. The UI is designed to use keystrokes to perform different actions. And what we can do to demonstrate is I will create a brand new wallet. And we can call this wallet the ZconV wallet. And now we can create an account. We can call this our demo account. And we can create multiple addresses under this account. And we can main address. So we have created that new address and it's ready to go. We don't have any transactions, it's a brand new wallet, but we can display this address as we mentioned. And I'm just gonna copy this unified address right now. So we can play around with it. So this is what the app would look for someone that just started a brand new installation of it. Right now, we can switch back to a different wallet to explore a little bit more of the UI. So we could try this wallet. As you can see, the wallet presents the balance of the current account. It also displays any addresses that are part of the account and any transactions that are currently being associated with this address. We can switch to these transactions and it will show the inputs and the outputs. And we can also display the details of each transaction. One of the things that has been most helpful during the testing of this has been the testnet faucet from SecPages. So definitely a big thanks to Michael for that. And now, if we wanted to send a transaction, one of the things that those who are more observant may have noticed is that at the bottom we have a little counter. The app currently is set up to perform a background sync every 90 seconds, and that is about to happen right now. It will download any new blocks that we've received, and it will perform any decryptions, and also all the tasks of updating the witnesses. And we can now try to send a transaction. We can copy the address that we just provided. The app currently validates these addresses. So if the address is incorrect, for example, it will display it to the user that the address is not a valid Zcash address. We can enter an amount and we can send a memo. And now the app will go ahead and start doing the heavy lifting of the cryptography for that transaction. So while we wait a couple of minutes for the transaction to be sent and mined, I was going to go through some of the questions that we've received so far. There were some that we had in advance. So the first one that I have is that with the forthcoming deprecation of Zcash, what are the plans for how the Zenith wallet will interact with the consensus network? Right now, this wallet is built on Zebra. Originally, we were hoping to have just to be able to use either of the two implementations. But upon more detailed examination, there were some key differences in the implementations of the different RPCs between Zebra and Zcash. So we decided to focus on Zebra as the future of the node implementations for the Zcash network. We still have the original version of Zenith available in our repo, which was built for Zcash as a UI for Zcash. That will remain available for people that are interested in using it, but the new version is built to interact with Zebra. the next question is, will Zenith require a light wallet D server to send transactions? And we do not. The wallet right now is performing all its pre-processing of the chain on its own, and then using that information to generate the transactions. That was part of, as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to make it as self-contained as possible to reduce those different dependencies and those additional tasks during installation that a user may need in order to do it. Then on the next question that we have is, for an ordinary user, what are the benefits of having a full node wallet? I touched on this a little bit, but I do think it's a good question. I think in many cases, one doesn't stop to really think that when we're interacting with one of these services, it could be a blockchain or it could be anything else like Signal or Discord, is that we are depending on a third party to provide us the service. And if that third party for some reason is not there at any given point, you don't have access to the service. And I think having the chance to connect directly to the service without that third party is of great value for users, and it gives a lot more resiliency to the protocol. It removes those single points of failure, and the more nodes that people spin up, the stronger the network gets. And I think that it provides that benefit to the community that you're running your node, and it also gives you the benefit of that direct access to the chain. And I think that that's a pretty good trade-off for anybody that wants to run their own node. Another question that we have is, will Zenith expose a CLI or an RPC API? And this one is getting a little ahead of the presentation, but yes, that was part of our proposal to the Community Grants Committee. Is one of the goals that we have is just create the UIs to make it easy for someone to use their full node to send and receive transactions. But we also want to be able to provide that access that Zcash currently provides to access the chain programmatically. So towards the end of our roadmap, one of our final deliverables is the implementation of a set of the RPC methods that would allow someone to, like we're doing right now, send a transaction, create a wallet, create an address, read the transactions that are contained in the wallet programmatically through this API. So that is definitely part of our roadmap. Being a Haskell developer, are you considering building a Cardano Zcash bridge? I have thought about it. I've thought about it. I think it is a potential option of growing the exposure of Zcash. There are some technical challenges that I would need a lot more research to do on my own in order to really understand. I think from the perspective of the coding of smart contracts in Cardano, from what I've read, the Marlow language is pretty straightforward and secure and resistant. I think it would be potentially difficult to have something that is just one server that is, that is under, let's say, under my control, where all the ZEC is getting piled up that people are bridging towards Cardano. I think it creates a potential risk that would need to be addressed. I think bridges are tricky in that sense. But I do think that having the overlap is potentially an avenue of growth for the Zcash community. That was part of our goal as well, of developing this Haskell library for Zcash, because the Haskell community is a pretty committed community to building and coding and building interesting things. And there is a group of crypto communities that code in Haskell. In fact, one of the open source libraries that we're using was originally built for a crypto project, because one of the interesting things that is happening in this whole space of Haskell is that many projects that currently run on C libraries are moving to Rust. So now many Haskell libraries that for years have depended on these C libraries and have very good support for that type of interaction are now looking to move to Rust, and that is happening as we speak. The Haskell community is in very serious consideration of improving their support of the Rust language, and I think that will only help our community by integrating all this Rust code that has been already created for Zcash and making it available in the Haskell ecosystem. So I'm just going to go here. The transaction was sent, so we should be able to now switch to our brand new wallet and wait until it syncs, and we should be able to see the transaction arrive on our brand new wallet. While we wait for the sync, are there any other questions that anybody has online? So we have another question. Any chance for developer command line arguments so we can build apps with the wallet? We can definitely look into that. I think that is part of one of the things that I wanted to ask the community as part of the ecosystem is if you have any ideas, any use cases, to please make sure that you bring them up. Because for certain use cases, the RPC API may be enough, but if for other use cases, you may need a little more direct access with the application as a command line. So feel free to reach out to us. We are active in the forums, and we can see here that our transaction just arrived, and we can display here this new transaction. This was an Orchard transaction. So with that, we can touch a little bit on what's next. One of the things that we are looking into is performance improvements. I think that's something that all wallets currently are looking into is how do we make this faster. One of the features that we've heard it's been requested is the address book is something that we want to implement to make it easier for users to manage the addresses of people they interact regularly. Because the full addresses can be a little cumbersome. As I mentioned, we are going to build a graphical user interface based on what we currently have on the command line and an RPC server to allow that programmatic access to the wallet itself. If there is a need for something like direct command line access for someone that may want to write, like a bash script that talks to the wallet, please let us know, because that's something that the architecture that we selected for this was that we have the core Haskell functionality, and we can access it in multiple ways, like the command line or the graphics or the RPC server is accessing the same core language. So adding different ways of accessing that same core functionality is something we can always discuss with anybody that has a use case that they want to explore. So my call to action to the community is to try to get as involved as you can with the teams and the products that you like and that you use. Feedback is very, very valuable. If you see something that you like improved or do different or implemented in a different way, please feel free to join. I think that's one of the great powers of the Zcash community is that there is actually quite a bit of collaboration. All these applications that I've demonstrated today is built because of that collaboration. The teams from the Zcash Foundation and from ECC are always available to developers like myself to ask questions and clarifications and discuss ideas. The Like Client Working Group has also been a great resource. The Zcash R&D Discord is always available for people to have those discussions and ideas. And I encourage everybody to try to test these products that we are building for the entire community and bring us that feedback. It's one of the most valuable things that we can get as product developers, is knowing what works and what doesn't to make it better, because the better it is, the more people will want to use it. So please don't be shy. So we went through the questions that were on the chat. We could wait a couple more minutes to see if there are any other questions. Okay, we do have a new question. How difficult would you consider it for use for a less experienced command line user? What level of experience might be required, maybe compared to Zcash Clean? Okay, that is a good question, because that has always been kind of our benchmark, because we started when we were developing Zgo using Zcash Clean to try to test it, and it was cumbersome. It's complicated for someone that is not technical to try to write the JSON parameters for the call. So I would say it is far more intuitive to use, because it is built towards looking more like a user interface with, rather than parameters to a function, you're just providing the information that you as a user have, which is who's the recipient, what's the amount, what's the number you're sending, and then our application can take care of the rest of encoding the memo and calculating your notes and all of that information. So from that perspective, I do think it makes it a little simpler. One of the things that we are aiming with the application as well is, by creating the system that you can pick which wallet you're using, which account you're using, which address you're using within that account through the UI, it makes it simpler that you can just send a transaction rather than having to specify all of those every time that you're trying to send, like you would do on more of a command line type interface. So we're trying to simplify it, but again, if you see something that perhaps doesn't make any sense to you, or it's confusing, please let us know, because that's exactly the kind of feedback that makes the application better and more user-friendly. We have another question. What policy does Zenith follow for use of shielded and transparent addresses? Does it hold funds as shielded by default, or does it leave it completely to the user to what kinds of transactions to create? Okay. So right now the wallet, what it's doing is it's not shielding anything proactively, but it is set so any change from a transaction is being shielded into the orchard pool. And I understand that for some use cases, some people would prefer to be able to have a lot more granular control of that and decide where that goes. We implemented it that way right now with the intent of making it a simple way of people keeping their SEC, and also over time shielding it, because the more transactions they send, the more change is going to end up in the orchard pool. As part of our upcoming milestone, and also supporting of Z320 and the exchange addresses, we do need to implement functionality to provide a more user-driven shielding and de-shielding of funds. And that's something that is on our roadmap, because it is going to be a key functionality to support those text addresses. So right now, it is set to shield over time via the change nodes. But if there is some use case or a particular setup that people feel like should be supported, please feel free to let us know, and we can start working to be able to provide it. So there's another question that the amounts are shown in millisecs, millitas. What was the rationale for that decision, and is it configurable? Well, that is something that we implemented in our first original version of Zenith as a way to simplify the reading of the transactions, because if we just set everything to 8 decimal places, sometimes it can be a little cumbersome to sit down to start counting zeros to see exactly how much did you get. Right now, it's not configurable, but we can definitely look into setting it up. Right now, the way it's set up is that if it's big enough, it'll show it in full coins. If it's less than that, it will show you in millisecs. If it's less than that, it'll show it to you in microsecs. And if it's even less than that, it'll just show you in zats. And the idea is to try to keep the numbers in the range, in the hundreds, to make it a little more readable. I grew up in the metric system, so I like millis and micros. So, but again, it's one of those things that makes perfect sense to me, but if people prefer something else, we definitely would like to hear that feedback. All right, there's another question. How do I install? Where do I see the instructions? Yeah, so we have our repo in our website, and I can make sure to, as part of this presentation, we are in essence providing the first milestone for the project. So I will post this on the forums as well as our update with links to the code and the installation. Right now, there are some dependencies. You need to install Haskell, install Cargo and Rust and a few things, but it should be fairly straightforward. And all those instructions would be available in the README of our repo. We are also working towards the later milestones of the project to move from that to something that is even a little more packaged, like maybe something like Docker, that would allow it to make it even a simpler installation. All right, so if there are no other questions, I just want to thank everybody, and thank you in advance for any feedback and for participating in ZconV.
Okay, so we are live. Hi, my name is Tatyana, and today's a special day for me, actually, because 2 years ago on this day, May 9th, 2022, exactly 2 years ago, I joined Electric Coin Company as the head of product marketing. Since then, I started my own project, Sure, which is funded by the Zcash Foundation through ZCG. I'm on my second grant right now. Haven't been approved yet, but it is being reviewed currently. But the purpose of my first grant was to put Zcash payment users into focus, and I think it's working. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. So thank you for tuning in. I get to celebrate my Zcash anniversary with all of you, talking about the thing that I love, which is Zcash. I do have a lot of information to cover, so I am going to read / talk fast-ish, but I'll try to make it clear. So, okay, let's get started. So what is Sure? Sure stands for Zcash User Research and Engagement. Its core mission is to drive ZEC usage. This thing that I'm building consists of two main parts, which are user research and engagement across the ecosystem. In this presentation, I will show you some of the pieces that have come together so far. But first, I want to provide some context. Sometimes I overhear conversations about where Zcash will be in 20 years, and they are so full of optimism. However, it worries me that long periods of relative stability make people forget that things don't always get better with time. The truth is that 20 years from now, we could be living in a completely authoritarian world. A world of total censorship and surveillance in the name of our safety is a very real possibility. In that future, Zcash, along with other privacy-preserving technologies, dies a relatively quiet death long before year 2044. And the world won't even know what it lost. I actually lose sleep over this. How do we prevent that reality from playing out? How do we, law-abiding citizens, well-meaning civilians, protect ourselves from the dystopian future that frankly seems to be inevitable as we barely acknowledge the boiling water we're already in? I'm going to pause those happy thoughts for a second and get into Zcash, our beacon of hope. So what is Zcash? We know that it's a blockchain and a digital currency that protects privacy, but how does the whole thing work? What is Zcash adoption? There's so much going on, and if we want to increase adoption, where do we begin? For clarity, let me break Zcash into 4 elements: technology, casino, cause, and product. In a nutshell, the goal of technology is technological advancement. Key figures are innovators who maintain and build on the Zcash blockchain and make very complex things work. The stuff that they talk about goes over most people's heads because the brain power behind Zcash is out of control. And by the way, while we're on the topic of Zcash technology and the brain power behind it, let me say this because it doesn't get said enough. If everyone talks about ZK snarks now, but Zcash was the first real-world application of zero-knowledge proofs. The engineering talent behind Zcash is mind-numbing, and the innovation that comes out of these teams benefits the entire blockchain industry. And no matter what anyone says, to this day, the privacy-preserving tech they've built is best in class. But you don't have to believe me, you can do your own research. My point is, this group of people is not to be underestimated. So shout out to Zcash developers everywhere. Moving on to the next element, casino. It focuses on gains and losses. The goal is to get relatively rich relatively quickly by doing relatively little. The key figures are investors. They take high risks in hope of significant financial returns. Ultimately, the casino views ZEC as a speculative investment tool. I want to be realistic. Given ZEC's price volatility, currently store value narratives are premature and fall into this category. All right, moving on. This next element is the heart of Zcash. The cause focuses on the greater good. The goal is protecting human liberties, and these are not just words. In modern societies, having a reliable medium of exchange that can be stored safely is, without exaggeration, essential to survival. When it is taken away, society collapses instantly. Unfortunately, we tend to take our ability to store and exchange value for granted, not realizing how dependent we are on the fragile systems outside of our control. We don't think about how easily it can be taken away. We shy away from those thoughts because they are unpleasant. But please follow me down this dark rabbit hole for a minute. What happens when a financial system collapses? When an already struggling population or select segments of it suddenly lose access to the funds they store and use? What happens when the ability to purchase food and medication is simply turned off for millions of people? How does turning off banking affect people's freedom to escape danger? What would you do if suddenly you could no longer make financial transactions? These aren't hypothetical scenarios. This happens to people that did nothing wrong, and it has happened to people before. And Zcash wasn't available for them. Some people say that it's too early for Zcash, but the truth is, for some people, it's too late. And for others, time is running out. Do not be so sure that you're not among them. Zcash can protect the public from black swan events by preserving our freedom to access our funds and transact with each other at any time. And what's even more important, its best-in-class privacy technology can protect our ability to vote with our wallets privately and without the fear of censorship and prosecution. A freedom that is not to be taken lightly. But in order to be our safety net, at the very least, Zcash needs to be part of everyone's emergency kit. So we need to start getting comfortable with using it and talking about it, which brings me to the fourth and my favorite aspect of Zcash, product. This is where the rubber meets the road. It is the key to everything. And the question is, what is the user-facing Zcash product? What is the experience like for different people? Who's using it and why? On its own, the store of value narrative is weak. Given the price volatility, storing ZAC cannot be recommended to others without storing value in ZAC cannot be recommended to others without it being interpreted as financial advice. So how do we move forward? All four aspects of Zcash are important, but Jur's main focus is the user-facing product. It ties everything together. In this presentation, I will show you why I'm laser focused on Zcash-powered private payments. Why at this stage of product adoption, which I will also explain, the focus has to be on early adopters of Zcash transactions. In this context, the goal of Zcash product is to make safe, censorship-resistant private payments. Users of those private payments are the key figures. ZAC is used as product successfully, and the key word here is successfully, when it is the preferred way to make a transaction. It is important to note that while all these elements overlap, users don't need to care about the cause or the technology to use the product. They simply need to have a problem that Zcash solves better than any other alternative known to them. So what's so special about Zcash payments? I want to quickly explain what Net Promoter Score is because it will help understand this next part of the presentation. NPS is a market research metric that is based on a single survey question asking respondents to rate the likelihood that they would recommend a company or a product to a friend or colleague. So the question goes like this: on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend Zcash payments? Detractors will respond 0 to 6, passives 7 to 8. Promoters respond 9 to 10. And promoters are loyal enthusiasts who will most likely recommend your business to others and help attract new customers. This is a very important group of users, especially early on, when word of mouth marketing is crucial to a product survival. We need to figure out how to maintain and grow that group. Who are they? Why are they so happy? What do they know that others don't? What can be done to convert passives into promoters? Why are detractors so unhappy? Can it be fixed? How expensive is it? So these are some questions about Atualização. And here's what the scores mean. Minus 100 means everyone is miserable. Plus 100 means everyone is happy. The latter is, of course, impossible. But obviously, you want to stay above 0. Last year, we didn't. According to a survey I ran, the score for Zcash was really sad, as you can see. It was like -60, which basically means we're in hell. But this year, things are looking up. According to a new survey I ran, the scores are 3 for transacting and 2 for holding, which is progress. We're above 0, so yay. By the way, in the first survey, I asked how likely are you to recommend Zcash. Later in the user interviews, people started breaking that question up into 2 parts, and it became very clear to me that it's almost 2 different products. So I've changed the question, but I also started thinking differently about what Zcash is to people. So I want to dive into the differences between the users who hold and transact in ZEC and the users who only want to hold ZEC but don't want to transact. These are the results from a survey I ran. On the left, we have holders who transact and generally display perfect early adopter behaviors when it comes to payments, which I will talk about later. On the right, we have holders who don't transact, and Zcashers in both categories hold ZEC, which is something I want to make clear. All of these groups hold ZEC, and the only difference is that one group transacts and the other one doesn't. Each small table represents a group of respondents that answer the question in a certain way, and I calculated NPS for each group. So, for example, if you look if you look at the column on left, each NPS for people who said that they use ZEC for payments sometimes or often is 36 for holding and 50 for transacting. Both are far above the average scores of 3 for transacting and 2 for holding. If you look at the right column, NPS for people who said that they use ZEC for payments never or rarely is -15 for holding and -21 for transacting. Both are far below the average of NPS, which is a huge difference. If you compare the 2 columns, you'll see that it's a pattern. According to this, groups that transact are more likely to consist of promoters for both holding ZEC and transacting in ZEC. Groups that want to transact, I call them MOE proponents, are more likely to recommend transacting over holding. They also tend to give higher NPS to holding ZEC than SOV purists do, which is what I call people who just want to hold and don't want to spend. Supporting the SOV narrative better than the SOV purists. Holders that don't want to transact are far less likely to promote either narrative and are actually far more likely to be detractors of both narratives. This means that active users of ZEC payments are far more likely to be promoters of Zcash as a whole. So let me highlight the statement. Early adopters of payments benefit the entire ecosystem. They're the optimists we need to get to the next stage of product adoption. This is why, given my limited resources that don't allow me to target everyone at once, my main focus is on ZEC payments. So now let's talk about product adoption. Anyone who's ever launched a new product is hopefully familiar with this model. I didn't come up with it. It's a standard model that indicates how and when you should target segments of ideal customers throughout the product cycle. If you're curious about the significance of all these stages, I encourage you to read more about it online. But in a nutshell, this model helps us acknowledge where we are and what the next steps should be. So notice where the orange arrow is pointing. That's the stage we need to get through next. At this point, early adopters are what will keep us moving towards the mainstream interest and mass adoption that we all like to dream about. And I know some will say, well, Zcash has been around for 8 years. It's not a new product. And to them, I say, time doesn't matter. If you zoom out and see the magnitude of what we're trying to do here, This is still a very young project and in a very young industry. This hasn't been done before, and it was never going to be fast and easy. Again, let's be realistic. This isn't some fitness app on your phone, so product adoption for Zcash will have its own timeline. It's going to be different because we're talking about real use cases and delivering real value to the users, not some cheap pump scheme. So how do we deliver real value, and how do we communicate that value to potential users? Early adopters are the answer. I'm going to talk about them throughout my presentation, but right now I want to introduce them by saying that early adopters are what will get us through these early bumpy stages and onto wider adoption. And yes, they are a small group, but understand their importance. They're the users of ZAC payments that exist today. Their experiences can be used not only to inform development of a better product, but to educate and inspire other users within our community and beyond. Their experiences are key to creating content that resonates with other regular people. Before new users give Zcash payments a try, they need to see that others just like them have done it. Early adopter use cases must be studied and showcased in order to show the world what's possible instead of telling the world what's possible. Our grand ideas of a better future need to start touching ground. That's the power and purpose of the early adopters and their experiences. They can bring ZAC payments out of the realm of imagination and vision and into reality and practical use. If you're further out on this curve and you're not ready to use ZAC payments yet, that's totally fine. Not every early adopter of Zcash is an early adopter of Zcash payments. If you look at this image, the difference between the two groups are highlighted in orange. Maybe you're here for the technology or see ZAC as an investment opportunity. Maybe you support the cause. Your feedback is still valuable, and there's still so many other ways to get involved and contribute. But who knows, maybe the experiences shared by the early adopters of payments will get you curious about transacting in ZAC. Maybe those examples will demystify and normalize the whole process. This is how we reach new payments with our system and beyond. The Zcash community and existing users are a resource that is often overlooked. Targeting the broader market, or anyone outside of our community really, is a very expensive process. Even if we have the budget and the word to do it now, without having learned lessons from our existing users, chances of us using the allocated resources efficiently and effectively are extremely low. And when I say extremely low, I'm being generous. There is no magic pill. You can't just dream up the perfect strategy to target early majority directly and get mainstream interest. This is step one. And without it, our go-to-market strategy is a scattered mess of disjointed tactics. Early adopters are the key to product development and marketing. It's not a step that can be skipped. And yes, this is a difficult stage. This is the tough part, full of doubt and uncertainty. But the good news is that that's exactly what it's supposed to feel like. So let's not shy away from it. I cannot stress this enough. Early adopters is how we get through it. Please ask me questions if this is not clear. But perhaps I can show you what I mean. Okay, so this is my favorite example of an early adopter of ZAC payments. Meet Shayla. She lives in Venezuela, and she's a blogger with a passion for gastronomy. She bakes cookies and sells them for ZAC. She was introduced to Zcash by another Zcasher and saw an opportunity. She created a page on Free2Z and started posting classic recipes. The more she learned about Zcash, the more she realized that its values aligned with her beliefs, and she became an advocate for Zcash. When the economy got rough for her, she decided to start baking. Today, she bakes cookies and cakes and sells them to the Zcash community in Venezuela for ZAC. She also markets her business to other groups with common interests like women in tech, offering discount if they pay in ZAC. So Shayla is the perfect example of an early adopter of payments that benefits the ecosystem. She's a holder who transacts in ZAC, And because she gets paid in ZAC, she is what I call the perfect early adopter, a Zcash persona I will highlight later. I think what she's doing is absolutely wonderful. Her use case is relatable and it's not difficult to understand or replicate. I want to work with her and people like her to learn how users like Shayla can be supported and encouraged. I would buy one of Shayla's cookies right now, but unfortunately she doesn't offer international shipping yet. So if any of you decide to have a Zcash bake sale here in the United States, I'm ready to place an order. So check out her page on Free2Z. And if you're in Venezuela, please support her. And I'll be a little bit jealous here in the US. Okay, so since we're on the topic of use cases, here are a few more that came up in the user interviews and stood out to me. So several parents mentioned giving all or part of their children's allowance in ZEC in order to teach the kids about finances and the responsible ways to handle cryptocurrencies. One of the parents said that whenever his kids want to buy something, he acts as an exchange for them. So they send ZEC back to him and he converts it to fiat. I thought it was really cool. And I think that as a community, we can do some fun campaigns and workshops around this use case. So I'd love for all of us to collaborate on this. Another good use case from Venezuela is a cab driver who takes ZEC payments. He is the designated cab driver for several members of the local Zcash community. And whenever they need a ride, they call him. So this is another good example of someone who saw an opportunity in offering their service to the Zcash community. Another use case I would like to understand is payment to employees overseas. Keeping employees' salaries private from other employees is important to employers. Also, there was a concern about employee safety. So this is a great use case to study and highlight to encourage other businesses with similar needs to follow suit. Step-by-step instructions and content that demystifies onboarding can be very helpful for this group of users. All right, so here are some other use cases that have come up in the interviews so far. This is how Zcashers have used or would like to use ZEC payments. Talking about these use cases in the interviews is what revealed the community's curiosity about ZEC payments in the first place. So sometimes I would bring up these use cases to users that initially said they weren't interested in spending ZEC. But talking about these use cases changed the flow of such conversations each time. Suddenly, we would go from theories to practical use, and they would switch from not being interested in ZEC payments to being curious about ZEC payments. These conversations moved us past talking about the technology that no one really understands to talking about things that are relevant and relatable. The top 3 use cases listed here are the ones I would like to spend more time on, as they seem to be key to user adoption. Okay, so let's get back to early adopters of payments. Based on the data from the interviews and the surveys, I've come up with a profile of my ideal early adopter of ZEC payments. Basically, if I could dream up the perfect group of ZEC users to study right now, what would the people in that group have in common? Again, these are the results from my survey. Each of these lines represents real respondents grouped by the indicated responses. These groups of respondents overlap. A person can be in more than one of these groups, and the more the better. So this is who I'm looking for. My goal is to find 100 people that check these boxes. These are the people who want to transact in ZEC. They're not afraid to use it for payments. They want more places to spend it, and they want to tell others about their positive experiences. Understanding this group of users will be very important to driving adoption. So if you're one of these unicorns, please reach out to me because I'm looking for you. Notice that 84, oh, sorry, I just lost my screen. Notice that 84% of perfect early EAs have received ZEC as payment for the goods and services they provide. In other words, these are the people who get paid in ZEC. From my personal experience, I can say that something happens when you start getting paid in ZEC. It changes your incentives. Personally, and maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I believe that anyone who benefits from the Zcash Dev Fund should be getting their paycheck in ZEC, or at least a significant portion of it, because it aligns our incentives with our most active users. People that get paid in ZEC engage in perfect early adopter behaviors like no other group. So let me talk about this group of people. Like all medium of exchange proponents, this group is happier with transacting in ZEC than they are with holding ZEC. They still hold it, it's just that they get more value from the ability to transact in ZEC. By the way, after P2P transactions, ZEC payments for goods and services I provide is the most mentioned use case, not me. ZEC payments for goods and services users provide is the most mentioned use case across all groups. Regardless of NPS, it was selected by 63% of all respondents as a use case they're interested in. So we need to learn more about this user group and find ways to expand it. This group of early adopters benefits the Zcash ecosystem in multiple ways. In addition to building the ecosystem and driving activity in the community, they're laying down the foundation for the Zcash economy. This means projects like ZEC Hub Free to Z, our ambassadors around the world, and other community projects. What gives these efforts fuel is the Zcash Dev Fund. So this is just one example of why advocating for its retirement seems irresponsible and out of touch with reality. Luckily, other paths forward seem to be more popular. Everyone I know who works on Zcash today is underpaid and overworked. Most of the people that are still here today are not here for the money. They actually love and believe in Zcash. We should be looking for ways to expand this group, not eliminate it. We need more people to get paid in ZEC. So going forward, I will be digging deeper into individuals and organizations that get paid in ZEC and users that make ZEC payments to others. How am I going to do that? Let me quickly explain my methodology. As part of my research, I've done user interviews and ran surveys. I shared some of my findings in a public report, which I posted on Zcash Community Forum. If you are a Zcash contributor or a builder and want more information, please reach out to me. I'll send you the link and I can walk you through the report if you have any questions. Some interesting patterns have emerged from all this research. For one, it is clear that early adopters look for ways to make a positive contribution to Zcash. These are the most active, enthusiastic members of our community, ready to go the extra mile for Zcash and practice and participate in various initiatives and activities. They contribute their time because they care slightly more than everyone else. So, of course, research results are going to be affected by their biases. For what I'm trying to do, that is okay. My goal isn't scientific accuracy. My goal is to study early adopters, the very people who are the most likely to participate. My research is not trying to be representative of everyone who's ever touched Zcash or knows about it. For the sake of saving time, I'll highlight the most relevant elements of my methodology. I see that there are some questions, but I will answer them after the presentation. All right, so interviews and surveys are at the heart of my strategy to study and engage with Zcashers. Each has its own benefits and limitations, but with time, survey questions get better, interviews become more focused, and the data gets better. The two feed each other. My surveys and interviews are mainly promoted on social media with support from ECC, Zcash Foundation, ZCG, and other Zcash contributors like Zcash ambassadors who translated the last survey to multiple languages and helped share it. The more people participate, the better the data gets. So if you're listening, I hope you will support and join this effort in the future. Another important piece of this puzzle is engagement with other Zcash builders and contributors. I want to make sure that the data is relevant and actionable, so I need to ask the right questions. But I also need to know what the potential next steps could be. This cannot be done without checking in with the various segments of the Zcash ecosystem. This is not just about better user research design. It's also about coordinating across the ecosystem on the next steps in order to drive adoption. I'm a huge fan of collaboration because no single individual or organization can do this alone. Speaking of collaboration and engagement, as I mentioned before, early adopters of Zcash and early adopters of Zcash payments are two different things. Early adopters of Zcash may not be ready to spend ZEC yet, and they won't be among the first people to spend ZEC, but they still have a very important role to play. From technology to advocacy, they make all kinds of valuable contribution to the Zcash ecosystem. I get to interact with all of them: users, builders, contributors, enthusiasts, and people who are simply curious about Zcash. These interactions give me hope. There's something pure about all of it, and I'm not just trying to be nice. Interviewing the Zcash community has been an absolute privilege. I get to sit down with Zcashers one-on-one and listen to their stories. And let me tell you, this community is unlike anything I've ever seen. The quality of the people Zcash has attracted is off the charts. It is as if Zcash is a signal that went out into the universe, making people step forward. They are the reason why I'm still here, and they make me believe that this crazy thing we want to build together is possible. So join us. Whether you are a developer or a ZEC user, you can start by signing up for a one-on-one interview with me. The sign-up link is pinned on Jur's profile on X, which is @usezcash. Right now, collaboration across the community is one of my main objectives. We need to work together to build awareness and support major ecosystem milestones and releases. Nobody should feel like they're doing this alone. We can be more strategic about how we support Zcash organizations and individual contributors. Again, our community is an untapped resource. There are more things happening, like workshops, community calls, casual online happy hours, and more. If liberty and economic freedom are your jam, and if Zcashers are your crowd, if you don't want to sit on the sidelines but don't know where to start here. Just sign up for the interviews. So back to where I started. I want a bright future for Zcash, but it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to happen on its own. If we are going to act, now is the time. And time is running out, which is why my mission is to put ZEC into the hands of as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Not as a mere speculative tool, but as a medium of exchange for those who believe that law-abiding citizens, which is most people, are not to be treated as suspects in financial crimes every time they make a purchase or receive a payment. That citizens have the right to privacy and do not owe warrantless access to their financial information. Kind of like our technology, our community is underestimated, and that's fine. It doesn't matter. I am tired of outsiders telling us what we are and what we are capable of. We just might be the right group of people to pull this off. I don't know if any of us fully grasp the magnitude of that, but I think about it all the time. So let's make cool things happen together. So reach out to me on Twitter, on the Zcash community forum. I'll continue to reach out to people, so stay tuned because I'm really looking forward to this adventure with all of you. And thank you for listening. The end, or the beginning, which is, by the way, is what I think Josh meant in his ZCon presentation earlier, because when I presented at ZBoot a few months ago, this is the slide I ended with. And originally my slide said the end, but right before I got up to do the presentation, I changed it to the beginning because that just felt more right, because it is only the beginning. So, okay, I'm done now, and I can take questions. But let me figure out how to stop sharing my screen. Oh. No. No. And it's just quiet. I'm not even sure if I'm online yet. Okay, so what advice do you have for us to continue supporting and promoting the daily use of Zcash in our communities? Okay, that's a good question. So I think the important thing is to focus on small wins, and like don't psych yourself out with like mass adoption and like all these big words. I think small steps are the key here. And what's important also is to celebrate those small wins with the community, like show your small wins so that we can we can enjoy them too and share them with others. And that's actually good advice from me as well. So just remember to share little successes in as much detail as you can. Okay, another question. Personally, I think your initiative is very important. Do you plan to have some kind of fund to organize face-to-face events in some cities? Or is your initiative only going to be to disseminate information virtually? I mean, it would be cool. It would be really cool to meet everyone in person. So yeah, of course. But meetings, like ZCon, for example, in person, it's a very expensive event to arrange. So it's just, I mean, it's a matter of expenses. But sure, I would love to meet everybody in real life. Maybe we could do this as part of ZCon or maybe ZBoot or his ZEC Summit. Okay, another question. The average number of shielded transactions on chain shows there's much work to still to be done. Does your research suggest that low adoption rates are due to poor UX, meaning improving the rails, building better tech and wallets, and wallets will lead to organic growth? Okay, or do we need to double down on efforts to evangelize, drive adoption in new communities? Zcash could facilitate. I'm not sure what the right answer here is. I think you need both. We can't just build our way out of into adoption. Like you need some evangelizing, you need some education and community outreach. I can't really tell. I haven't looked into the difference between private transactions and shielded transaction. Like right now, I just want people to transact. We can on better ways to do it, but I think the important thing is still just to get people to engage. Could Zcash facilitate sound e-payments where a vendor couldn't accept traditional cards? You could. I mean, why not? But I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I will not be the one building it. Are there particular geographical locations where payment adoption is or would be more likely? Yes, it is. Latin America seems to be super active, but I wouldn't discount the US market. And also Africa, countries in Africa like Nigeria. I think the community right now is still small. I mean, the international community in general. So I think it's too soon to be like trying to divide these markets into separate pieces. I think the key is to actually raise those boundaries and for all of us to work together and learn from each other. So that's actually part of what I would like to do. So I'm not like Zcash is supposed to be borderless. So I'm not thinking about it in terms of just like regions. So yeah. Okay. Your help is very important. Thank you. How can we get feedback efficiently to then use resources efficiently to create a better problem, a better ecosystem? Well, we start by talking about this. I do publish reports, but I think just face-to-face contact with developers and representatives from different organizations in the ecosystem. I think that's the first step. This is how we're gonna like figure out what we need. Like right now, I'm reaching out to organizations trying to figure out which of their milestones need support or like could benefit from the support of the community. So I think the first step is just to start these conversations. If we could materialize a feature tomorrow, which one would it be according to your research? So there are two main barriers preventing Zcashers from transacting right now. No ways to spend ZEC and poor wallet experience. So I think anything that improves those two things would be a good thing. I'm not clear on specific features. I think you still need to figure out like what does it mean when people say that poor wallet, that the wallet experience is poor. Does that mean bad UX, or is it something more like is their wallet not syncing? So just looking into that category, those two categories would be the right move for user adoption. Is the cryptocurrency experience affecting the Zcash adoption? I'm not sure what that means. What do you mean by that? What is cryptocurrency? What do you mean by cryptocurrency experience? Maybe you mean yeah, of course. Okay. Maybe they mean the generally negative aspect of cryptocurrency. Probably. So I mean, there are scams out there, right? So we just need to make sure we communicate that we're not, that we're not part of that crowd. We've been around for a while, and we're not trying to scam people, and like everything's out in the open, and they can ask questions. I think we just need to welcome people. I don't know. I don't know. Probably it's affecting adoption. How could it not? If everybody, if tomorrow CNN starts watching, maybe CNN doesn't matter today, but if there are like, if all media suddenly started singing praises to crypto, to cryptocurrencies, like, yeah, it would be good for our adoption as well. So I think that's all the questions. I don't know if I say bye. I think I can just say bye. Unless there are more questions.